Yeah, that's how I was. When I was in college, I first couple of semesters I was in college when everything was self-paced, self-study. I loved all my 100s through all my 20s. For the most part, it was all 3 tests, no attendance, no bullshit, just 3 tests, and we were on a true bell curve, which most people don't understand. Most people, when they hear, oh, the teacher graded on a curve, what they think is, oh, well, if somebody gets a 95, then that person gets 5 points up to 100, and then everybody gets 5 points. That is not a curve. A curve is a standard bell curve, which means there's 30 people in the class. 15 are going to get C's, and then of the remaining 15, there's going to be XBs, XAs, XDs, XFs. That is not a good way to be in a class. If you aren't positive you're in the top 10 percentile of your peers, basically going to school on a curve really does benefit the top half of the curve. It doesn't, like, in one of my classes we had 5 assignments. After the 4th graded assignment, I did the math because everybody's scores were posted. I did the scores, and it was statistically impossible. It was mathematically impossible for me to not get one of the A's for the class, because no other student could score more than me. Even if I had turned in nothing, if I'd gotten an incomplete, if I'd gotten a 0, but considering the fact that on my worst day, I write B+ quality work, so it was like I needed like 81 points to secure an A. I mean, I still wrote the paper in earnest, but speaking of, I spent all day yesterday writing a paper on the American education system. Do you know what's scary as shit about the American education system? I was talking to a bunch of people about how America has never been the greatest high school education in the world. No, you're not a stupid person. You're a very smart person. You're a very smart person because you acknowledge when you've made a mistake. You analyze before you speak. Makes you a rarity in today's world. But no, I was working on the first chapter of this book I'm writing, and I've got most of it laid out, but now I'm going through and I'm solidifying it. And there are people who believe that American high school education was the best in the world. American high school education has never been the best in the world, ever. There was never a period of time. There was never a period of time where we were the best in the world at educating. The only thing we've ever been the best in the world at the high school level was getting kids to go to high school. There was a point in time, and then what I say to people is, yeah, that point in time that we take this big credit for, oh, well, we had like 88% of our kids in school. Yeah, compared to the rest of the world had just gone through a fucking world war. They didn't fucking have schools. They didn't have dads. They didn't have uncles. They didn't have grandfathers. Those boys couldn't go to school. Those teenagers were putting the country back together. Like, there's when I say this, it shocks people. In 1910, less than 20% of teenagers were enrolled in high school. Because by the time you were 14, 15, 16, shit, man, it wasn't uncommon. You were like seen as a man at 16. Like, yeah, I have to dig in again. I have to find out why the US number was so low. I mean, I have volumes and volumes of research, but I did the overall framing yesterday. But it's just amazing to me that when you talk to people, they're like, oh, American schools used to be the best in the world. American schools were never the best in the world. I was just looking at the 2022 PISA scores. The US ranks 28th in math, 14th in science, and 9th in reading. How the hell does America beat its chest so much about how we're great? Yeah, American schools are the best in the world at policing truancy. But people, oh, well, Donald Trump is horrible because he's dismantling the Department of Education. Look, if you want to go after Donald Trump for a lot of things, going after him for dismantling the Department of Education is one of the dumbest things you can go after him for. Because as the teacher, the Department of Education has never, ever, 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 ever met any of its main promises. Remember, the Department of Education wasn't founded because Jimmy Carter thought that it was a great thing. The Department of Education was founded to make teachers' unions get off Jimmy Carter's ass. Like, he basically was saying, I need unions off my ass. Teachers' unions are one of the largest unions. If I get the teachers' union on my side, they'll negotiate with all the other unions, and I'll get all the other union vote, and I'll give you cabinet level representation for education. And after that, scores have dropped since 1979. From 1980 to the early 2000s, we saw an increase in math gains. And then we started introducing all this bullshit Common Core math, and now the scores are plummeting again. Between 2020 and 2022, we saw the largest drop in math scores in history. Could that have anything to do with the fact that in 2020, we abandoned half of a school year? And in 2021, we abandoned a quarter of a school year? Could it have anything to do with the fact that teachers aren't allowed to teach? Yeah, we don't punish people for poor performance. But the problem is, you shouldn't punish the child for poor performance. We need to turn all of American education upside down on its head. We need to go to year-round schooling. We have no choice. We have got to go to year-round schooling. You cannot be educated in a system where the kid stops really being educated about mid-April. Because the teacher, the classroom teacher, needs to use the student manpower to clean the room, prep the room, turn in all these things. You have paperwork to fill out. If you just kept the kids in all year round, you would find the kids would get a better education. Now, what about parents saying, well, I want to be able to take a vacation with my kid? Yeah, that's easy. If you want to pull your kid out periodically throughout the year, as I've said, we do 15 January through 15 March. And what we do is we call this an academic block. And your local school district says, we can't stop you from taking your kid out of school during this time, but we'd really appreciate it if you didn't take your kid out for vacation from 15 January to 15 March. And then 16 March through 16 April, what we do is we do 2 blocks of 2 weeks of the kids go to school every day, but they do enrichment. This is when they hear guest speakers. This is where your local politician comes in. Your local businesses come in. Like, this might be the speaker block, right? And over here, this might be the fun, like, physics in action, math in action. You can do that. So if a parent needs to take their kid out, they take their kid out during one of those 2-week block periods. Or if the parents decide they want to take their kid out for a whole month and give their kid downtime, they can do that. And then, once again, 17 April through 17 May through 17 June, this is another academic block, right? And then the kids aren't out of school for 3.5 months, not touching their class material. The kids are constantly in school and they're constantly learning in an environment where they're not like, for the 2-week period, hey, we have 4 guest speakers coming in this week. What I'd like you to do is I'd like you to just write a journal entry reflecting on each of the guest speakers and write down just 3 points you agreed with, 3 points you didn't. Not asking them to write an essay, not asking them to write a paper, and you're not even asking them back for a formal assignment. You're just saying, I'd like you to, in your academic journal, write down 3 things you agree with, 3 things you don't. Rush Limbaugh. I had the opportunity to speak with Rush Limbaugh. I'm sorry. Well, yes, Rush Limbaugh. Newt Gingrich. My brain is over here on Rush, but it's Newt Gingrich, former Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives. It was a fucking embarrassment, right? I heard him speak, and then he stayed behind. 99% of the people left and didn't go to the meet and greet. I had the opportunity to speak to a man who served as Speaker of the House. It was amazing. Now, some of the shit that came out of his mouth, I don't agree with. A lot of the stuff that came out of his mouth, I absolutely agree with. It's like Donald Trump. I don't agree with anything that he's doing. 1 out of every 10 things I agree with. But the idea, the Make America Great Again vision, I'm all about the vision. But when he says the way we're going to get there is, nah, I don't want to make America great again by eroding people's civil liberties. But do you know what the scariest fucking part about being an American right now is? The average American couldn't pass the citizenship test. The average American is saying the due process protections in 4, 5, 6, and 8 of the Constitution only apply to citizens. The word citizen is only used 5 times in the Constitution proper. It's used 6 more times in the amendments 11 through 27. Somebody literally said to me, citizenship didn't exist when they wrote the Constitution. You're dumb as a fucking truck. How the fuck did citizenship not exist when they wrote the Constitution if in order to sit in the House of Representatives, the Senate, you have to be a citizen for X number of years, or to be the president, you have to be a naturalized citizen? What the fuck do you mean citizenship didn't exist at the time? You know what? Give me your citizenship. I'm taking this shit back. I'm taking this. I think we need to institute an immediate policy where everybody is downgraded from citizen to civilian. And then, in 5 years from now, if you haven't passed the citizenship test and gotten your citizenship ID, you're a civilian, not a citizen. Well, what about the people that can't pass? That's why we give them 5 years. Weren't current landowners' grandfathers as citizens for the duration of their ownership? Yes. That's how they did it, because that's what you have to do when you change the system. That's what you have to do when you change the process. It's not an uncommon thing. Hey, we're changing the rules. This is what the new rule is going to look like, but you're grandfathered in. We need to focus on remediation. If a kid gets a failing grade, don't pass them, remediate them. Teach them again. Send them to another teacher teaching the same topic that's specialized in alternative learning patterns and in remediation. Yes. Yes. We need to stop being afraid of the word remedial. We have to stop being afraid of words because they might hurt somebody's feelings. You know what's going to hurt their feelings even fucking more? When they graduate and they can't fucking read. They can't read. I saw an American. What the fuck does it matter if I have a Facebook account? The fuck, man? You are one strange duck of a motherfucker. What, do I have a publicly listed Facebook account? If the answer is no, do you see a Facebook account listed on Twitch? If I did have a Facebook account, you wouldn't get it. You wouldn't be on it because in Facebook you have friends. You're not my friend. Why would you ask me that? Jalan and PGN has social media. They're listed down below. It's going to hurt their feelings a ton when they try to get a job and they can't fill out the application because they don't know what the words mean. I was in a bookstore doing research on the Latin language, which, by the way, it sucks that we don't have anything that looks like bookstores anymore for academics. Unfortunately, people still use Facebook. Yeah, some people do. No, you can't have my personal Facebook. You can have the Paradox Gaming Network one. But I went to a bookstore and I was looking for a copy of Plato's Republic and a copy of The Republic of Plato. Dude, I'm gonna put this on the screen just because this is one of the dumbest shit fucking comments. What, dude, as I've said on my show multiple times, I don't look up my news where you look up your news. I look up my news on AP, NPR, BBC, and most importantly, Al Jazeera. I don't get my news from Facebook because it's full of a bunch of fucking idiots. It's full of a bunch of stupid people. Anyway, I was in a bookstore and a person was making fun of an immigrant because they were struggling. They were reading something out of a book and they were struggling. And I can't handle that shit. And so I said to the person who was visibly uncomfortable at the racist, bigoted American, I said, "Excuse me, how many languages do you happen to read?" And they rattled off 5 languages. And I looked and I said, "That's very interesting because I read 4. And I looked at the fucking ignorant ass American and I said, "How many languages do you read?" And they were like, and they walked off. Why the fuck are we so ignorant as a society? English is not an easy language to learn. English, of all of the languages, is the most fucked up. It is the most fucked up language, period, because there is no rhyme or reason for conjugation. No, Russian and like Chinese. Yeah, English is compared to Cantonese or Chinese, all the different variations. Those languages are complicated, but they follow a rule set. English doesn't follow a rule set, right? If English followed a rule set, people would be able to learn it. Like, I use comedians for this, but okay. Knife? No. Knife. Nick? Knack? Don't need you. Don't need you. Technically don't need you. Technically don't need you. Why the fuck do we have these K's rolling around in all these words? We never fucking use them. My personal favorite. Q. It's not Q. It's Kuwewe. It's the only word in the English language that actually does the thing it says. It's just Q, and all the other letters are lined up after it, just waiting to be pronounced. At least other languages have the decency to follow rules. Spanish has a few that it breaks. Ignorance is easy for people. Consciously knowing that things take effort and integrity. People like staying in their own little worlds. Well, yeah, it's like this one. I'm going to show...
Whether or not the mini...
I'm going to show this one because this is what I made my response video on today. It's fucking racist bigots like this that are making the world a worse place.
Egypt stops desperate Palestinians from fleeing a brutal war. They'd rather watch innocent Palestinian women and children die in Gaza than help their fellow Arabs. Imagine if it was your family. Look at your children and imagine them being caught in the midst of a ferocious war. You'd want to get them out of harm's way at any cost. You'd surely walk to the close-by Egyptian border where safety is only feet away, but Egypt pushes your children back into the firefight. This happens every day. In Ukraine and Syria and just about every other war in history, civilians flee hostilities and are welcomed by neighboring countries. Not the Palestinians. Egypt locks them out, condemns them to die in the crossfire. And when was the last time the corrupt media even mentioned this? Any Greta flotillas to Egypt? Any marches in Europe protesting this incredible cruelty? Nope. Too busy blaming the Jews.
What? Okay, the fuck you mean too busy blaming the Jews? This is this bullshit, fucking stupid, ignorant ass fucking view of the world. People that are like, I want to sue the gun manufacturer because they made a gun that somebody used to kill somebody. Is making guns legal? Yes. If they make an illegal gun, we go after them. If we make a gun that allows for easy conversion to fully automatic, that we go after the gun manufacturer. Why does Egypt not want Palestinians coming into its country? Black September, state within a state, Lebanese civil war, Tripoli, war of the camps, Kuwait, the PLO welcoming the Iraqi army. Why the fuck are you saying the corrupt media is too busy blaming the Jews when, first of all, it's not even the media blaming the fucking Jews. It's the media blaming Israel. Second of all, people got to get over their fucking stigma of the word blaming. When I lay the blame at your feet and you're the person who did it, that's not blaming you. That's placing the blame at the feet of the person who did it. Hey man, you didn't stop on the way home. You're right, I didn't. You saw a person on the side of the road. You're right. Why didn't you stop? I stop most of the time. It's not my fucking job to stop. The thing about charity is I choose to do it. Well, why didn't you stop? Because I had somewhere to be. That's like that argument. We've got to get over these fucking bullshit arguments that people make. You would shoot an intruder over your stuff? Yes, the fuck I would. I would shoot the fuck out of a burglar over my stuff. Well, that means you value your stuff over their life. No, that's not what that means. That means they value my stuff over their life. The blame 100% belongs to the Jewish army and its leadership. If they weren't shooting people, then Egypt closing its borders wouldn't fucking matter. What about helping our fellow Americans? Nobody says that. We shove them back out into the cold, send them out of a doctor's office. You're right. We have the same problem in America when it comes to a lot of things. I'm pissed and angry today because a friend of mine who relies on a federal grant to get their health insurance, the federal government decided to cancel all the state level grants for people getting their health insurance. My friend is now going to die. That is the end of that is the punchline to the joke. Because we have allowed a system to be so shitty, we have allowed states to not have to take care of their people. We've allowed organizations to exist that don't have to pay, that don't have to offer health insurance for a year. You're working a full-time job. You should, in just my opinion, if you work a full-time job, 30 days after beginning the full-time job, you should be on the company's health insurance. 30-day probation period, I'm totally okay with. 30 days after you started a full-time job, you should be on that company's health insurance. Not a year later. Not a fucking year later. And yet, That's the world we live in. We live in a world where a state has said, yes, we acknowledge that you need to give health insurance, but it can be a year later. Now you have a person who has a health condition who literally is going to fucking die, right? It's like the Jon Stewart campaigning about 9/11 first responders getting absolutely forgotten and screwed over. I'm going to jump on that real quick. I'm not saying that the 9/11 first responders shouldn't have been compensated, but I think it's radicalism to say they were screwed over. Now, were some of them definitely screwed over? Yes. Were all of them? No. I think the problem is when we start to use sensationalist words, we run into the problem of we cheapen the story. It's like people that know me from the gaming side. What the fuck? People who know me from the gaming side of the house know I don't let people call Ashes of Creation a scam. The reason why I don't let people call Ashes of Creation a scam is if I allow you to run around and use the word scam on every single thing, it cheapens the word scam. There are games that are scams, and there are games that are incompetence. We have to use the right word. I don't think that the 9/11 responders all got forgotten. I don't think they all got screwed over. I think some of them did. I think there is some, especially with the dust in the lung and all that issue, I think that there is a big talking point. Absolutely. The broader the stroke of the brush, the more you lose the nuance and accuracy. It's a very slippery scope. Right. And that the problem is, then people say you're arguing semantics. Semantics are the argument. The details are the argument.
This isn't the soft bigotry of low expectations. This is the outright bigotry of no expectations.
Yes, it is the outright bigotry of no expectations that you have for Israel, that they stop murdering innocent fucking children.
Shame on Egypt, a massive country with endless land that could have saved tens of thousands of lives.
Hold on. Every country on the fucking planet has land. As I said, the reason why countries don't want to take in the Palestinian people is because everywhere the Palestinian people go, the PLO and Hamas follow. I think there's a person, I think I have another video today where a person talks about Palestinian visas. Yeah.
The U.S. just banned Palestinians from receiving visas. The Trump administration has suspended approval for nearly all types of visitor visas for anyone holding a Palestinian passport. That prevents Palestinians from receiving temporary visas for anything, including university studies, medical treatment, visiting friends and family, business travel, and that is for any Palestinian holding a passport issued by the Palestinian Liberation Organization. That includes Palestinians in Gaza, in the West Bank, Palestinians in diaspora. Every single one of these groups are people disenfranchised by Israel and by the United States' material support of Israel.
Okay. First of all, I believe, as a person who has studied terrorism extensively from the political science and historical aspect, I believe that it is important when you have a group of people who, historically speaking, produce a disproportionate number of terrorists per capita than other people in the region, to vet those people. Now, do I think that Donald Trump and his bullshit... I hate Donald Trump. I hate Donald Trump. I hate JD Vance. I hate the whole fucking administration. I'm actually welcoming aliens or a revolution because I hate I hate Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a fucking racist. He denies leadership visas. You denied President Mahmoud Abbas his visa to come to the United Nations General Assembly. I am all about denying visas for people that might be questionable. But I am absolutely all about Palestine having a state. And if you're not aware of this, Yasser Arafat, people, I'm going to do this video because
the U.S. just banned Palestinians.
This guy's another ignorant ass fucking, I know half of the fucking story.
It's crazy that Yasser Arafat refused a deal for Palestinian statehood because it only gave the Palestinians 97% of what they were asking for in the West Bank.
No, asshole. That's not why Yasser Arafat denied the numbers. First of all, it only gave the Palestinian, it would have only given a new Palestine 86% of the West Bank. But that's not why Yasser Arafat denied it. But let's hear the other 6 seconds.
He was also worried that it would lead to the fall of his regime and perhaps his own death if he acquiesced to Israeli demands.
Yes, it would have led to his own death if he had acquiesced to Israeli demands. Because what people forget is that in the so-called 97% solution, which is really a 94% solution, it was the Israeli peace process 2000-2001. What you were doing is you were giving the Palestinian people a non-sovereign nation. And the really, really important part of this is that you have got to give Palestine full sovereignty. In my opinion, this is just my opinion, I would tell the whole Middle East, if y'all can't figure this shit out in the next 10 years, the United States is coming in and we're taking over all of the religious sections of that region of the world. And then we're going to, in a joint effort with the United Nations, these are no longer going to be Israel's. These will never be Palestine's. These will never be anybody. All of the people that don't understand the difference between Syria, Palestina, and Philistine are dumb. I'm tired of listening to dumbass people who literally don't know that under Jesus, the region was called Judea. Pontius Pilate was the leadership of Judea. That's a horrible idea. No, it's a great idea. It's a great fucking idea. You know why? Here's why it's a great idea. Take over all the religious shit in that area and turn it over to the... No, that's going to end up in an endless war. No, it won't be an endless war. I want to remind you, if you fuck with the United Nations can just delete you. Look, man, y'all keep fighting over all this same bullshit. You know what else is the cold one? You know what the next step of that is? Hey, I just want to let you know, if you keep coming at us, if Muslim individuals keep coming at us, we're just going to destroy all the Muslim holy places. If Christians keep coming at us, we're going to destroy all the Christian holy places. How is that not going to end up like the Iraq War? Well, simply put, it's a completely different mindset. We never occupied Iraq for the sake of occupying Iraq. You could say, how's it going to be any different than the Afghan war? Because we did occupy Afghanistan for the sake of occupying it, but we didn't know how to deal with tribal leaders. We didn't know how to deal with warlords. We have got to stop being ethnocentric. And we need to start looking at these regions saying, these regions want the form of government they have. Judea, Jude and Samaria, the region has had a ton of names, but what the region didn't have, the region was not called Syria Palestina until after, who was it? Hadrian, who said, you know what? I'm tired of you fucking people. I'm renaming the place so I can detach the Jews from the land. But the problem becomes when I have to sit here. Yeah, Hadrian, he renamed Judea to Syria Palestina. When I have to sit in a room with people who are fucking ignorant And they say the region was always called Palestina. No, you mean when it was called Philistina? And it was talking about the area, I believe, north of Judea, where they were talking about the Philistines, not the Palestinians. You can't trace your ancestry of You cannot trace your ancestry of being a Palestinian to before 136 CE. That is it. Just like we said under the Constitution of America, we said, hey, all you people, you're grandfathered in as citizens so that you can serve in Congress. Yes, the rule says you have to be a citizen for X number of years. You're considered to have that. If you're like, oh, well, my ancestors lived in that area 2000 BC. No, the fuck they didn't. They may have lived on the land, but they would have been called Judeans. They would have been called Israelis. Shit, they would have been called Egyptians, because that's the Egyptian empire went all up that strip. And again, I don't know why people feel it invalidates anything about them to turn around and say Syria Palestina was created in 136 Common Era. I even do you the favor of not putting Anno Domini on it. We'll just call it Common Era. That's it. If you say my family was Palestinians back before Christ, no, they weren't. Period. There's no discussion. Because where'd the fucking name come from? Well, I don't agree with you. I don't fucking care what you agree with. I'm not gonna debate with you about what we know to be fucking history. Just like people that turn around and they keep saying this shit over and over and over again. Christians are saying Jesus was a Christian. Christian literally means follower of Christ. Jesus couldn't have been a fucking Christian. What was he doing? Walking in a circle? Jesus was a fucking Jewish rabbi. That is it. That is fact. Jesus was a Jewish fucking rabbi. It doesn't fucking cheapen Christianity to say you followed the son of a carpenter who became a rabbi. Nobody, even in the fucking Jewish faith, no Jewish rabbi disputes that Jesus was a rabbi. None of them do. They're like, yeah, he was a rabbi. Now, if you ask them some other questions, they're going to condemn him. Some will, because they'll say he was a heretic. He was teaching radical theory. He went against the establishment. Why do you think there's so many different sects of Judaism? Why are there so many different flavors of Christianity? Then we got the fucking Muslims running around, and for the most part, I used to like Islam because they used to grab the fucking idiots by the fucking hair and yank them back in to the mosque and say, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you with a shoe if you don't stop this shit. Jesus was not a Muslim. Jesus was not fucking Muslim. Jesus was a fucking Jewish rabbi. Period. You don't like Common Era? If we want to make a new calendar, fine. Gregorian calendar uses AD. We should use AD. Well, yeah, but all it does is it changes it from before Christ and Anno Domini to before the Common Era and the Common Era. It uses the same marker. I don't see a problem with taking off Anno Domini, because all it is a Latin phrase for Year of Our Lord. We don't have to suddenly create a new calendar. You're literally just changing the mile markers. It's like, I don't need to move this city because I want to change Istanbul to Constantinople. I don't have to actually raise the city and build a new one. I can change the name of it. The calendar's fine. Now, the calendar's fucked anyway. In case anybody doesn't know this, the calendar's completely fucked. We jumped ahead on the calendar hundreds of years. One day it was this year, the next day it's a couple of hundred years in the future. Why? Because somebody said so. Now, I do agree we should have a 13-month, 28-day calendar. I agree with that. But all of you are fucking wrong about where we put the leap day. The leap day should be Halloween too. And if people in this world can't set their shit straight, Halloween 2 gets renamed The Purge. It gets renamed La Purga. And every 4 years, you know, Karen, you know, your behavior's been a little fucking uppity for a bitch, where Halloween 2 is scheduled this year. You might want to fucking make with the cookies, Karen, because I'm coming for someone. All right, that's the end of Halloween. And The Purge in 3, 2, 1. Let's do this shit. But we're living in a world where I refuse to listen to dumb motherfuckers who are trying to rewrite the narrative. Dude, you don't get to rewrite the narrative. You don't get to rewrite the narrative. If the facts don't fit your narrative, change your narrative. Part of the reason I don't like it because it's removing the truth of historical viewpoints. It's got the potential to create a situation where people aren't taught what the errors of the calendar were in full. No, I'm going to stop you right there. Stop. Changing the marker on the calendar in no way, shape, or form removes the viewpoints of history. Changing a calendar so that it's not offensive to 7/8 of the world is not a bad thing. It doesn't change it. It also doesn't eliminate the fact that when you go from BCE to CE, what's the marker? The birth of a guy named Jesus. That's it. Period. We just took Anno Domini off the date because he's not everybody's Lord. And it's also not the way it was viewed at the time. It was viewed by a portion of the planet. Not everybody not everybody followed that calendar. As a Catholic, I don't give a shit that we took Anno Domini off and we changed it with Common Era. That's cool. Yeah, I don't want to go back to navigating each culture having their own fucking calendar. Right? I don't want that either. I actually wish that I wish we could get rid of all the fucking, I wish we could get rid of all the fucking months and all the fucking everything. I wish we could go to a Julian calendar. January 1st is 001. Yeah, I wish we could go to a fucking global clock as well. If you want to know how simple-minded most people are simple-minded because they can't adjust to a world clock idea. So, in America, we have 4 time zones. So we have this idea where it's 0600, so it's 0500, so it's 0400, so it's 0300, right? Well, if school starts at 0900 across the board, 9, 8, so that would mean school would start at 6 on the West Coast. That's too early. Okay. So then what you do is they start school at 12. They go to school from 12 to 7. Oh, but then it wouldn't be light. What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, the fuck it would. Yes, the fuck it would. Yes, the fuck it would be light. Because the light doesn't change just because you now call 6 o'clock in the morning fucking 9 o'clock in the morning. People can't handle time. Shit, I was in the fucking military where, UTC is global time. The US military calls UTC Zulu. I spent like 5 years in contingency ops where I had 2 watches on. I wore 2 watches because it was just faster to be able to look at my other watch. Like my boss said to me once, But sir, influencer won't be able to make their wake-up routines anymore. But they would. That's the fucking trick. They're just too dumb to see it. Like my boss asked me once, he's like, why do you wear 2 watches? And I said, because I can't afford a really nice watch that displays 2 times. So, no, yeah, it would be more work. It would be more work for like a year. But my boss is like, you wear a second watch for Zulu time? He's like, yeah. So why do you do that? Because everything I do is in Zulu time. I don't schedule anything in local. And he's like, oh yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that. A lot of people have, they don't like the fact that you give all the instructions in Zulu time. Sir, you understand that in every fucking contingency planner's office on this base, we have a clock that shows five times, right? And Zulu is always hard-coded to be the last one on the right. He's like, yeah, but it would be helpful if you would put it in local time for them. No, refused. We're the goddamn United States Air Force, sir. If we're operating on a global clock, if we're doing global operations, we have global reach. They can fucking learn global time. The minute I was out of contingency ops, the new boss was like, well, we're not doing it that way anymore. Because the new boss didn't want to wear 2 watches, or he didn't want to buy a watch that allowed him to switch between local and Zulu. By the time you've been doing it for 3 or 4 weeks, I could have gotten rid of the second watch. Pretty soon your brain is just like, oh, it's this time, so it's that time. Oh, it's 10:39. Oh, so it's 3:39 Zulu. Let's do this. It's so much easier when everybody around the clock has one time. But it would require people to change. So it would be, it's amazing to me that we're living in a world of stupid people, and we're catering down to the stupidest people. I'm going to talk about socialism, because I don't know what the fuck it is with people with their current push on socialism, but if you're going to talk about socialism, could you please, for the fucking love of God, could you know something about socialism before you keep wanting to spread it?
People don't like the idea of socialism because they're averse to the concept that the workers own the means of production. They equate that to the state owning the means of production, and they don't like the government having that much power. But the reality is that the state already owns the means of production.
First of all, no, the state already doesn't own the means of production. Second of all, socialism does not say the state owns the means of production, because the average person has not read Marx or Engels or Lenin. And there is a very, very specific thing about socialism that lately that I've come out of my drug-induced fucking coma, known as my retirement. Socialism is divided into a continuity. It's a spectrum. In its first stages, the state must control the means of production. This is because we know for a fact the transition between capitalism and socialism will be unstable. A central authority, the state, manages resources, redistributes wealth, and suppresses the attempts of the former elite to regain their power. This is the flaw in socialism.
Every corporation is a creation of the state and subject to the laws and regulations of the state. So we already have socialism. What we're really wanting is a state that directs the wealth from those means of production to the good of the people, and not simply to the good of an oligarch class, which is what we don't have.
Okay. I am tired of people saying because we have government, we have socialism. I actually ordered it. It was a waste of money because I've read it, but I need to have it in front of me to reference. I've actually ordered a copy of the collection of all of Locke, Hobbes, and Rousseau's writings where they talk about the state. The state is whatever government you happen to have. It could be a democracy. It could be a republic. It could be socialism. It could be capitalism. It could be fucking anarchy. It could be Negan. Negan is a form of government. That's what people aren't getting.
A state that regulates businesses, a state that directs a part of that wealth to providing food, housing, infrastructure, transportation, healthcare, and education to its people. And by doing,
We already have that dumb shit. That's what I want to walk up and I want to fucking bitch slap you with the fucking steampunk cane. We already have that. Those are called socialist programs. Those are called social safety nets.
so providing the people the means to grow the economy.
The people are already provided the means to grow the economy. It's called their fucking paychecks. The problem is you want to make more next year than you made last year. That is called a fucking increase in cost to the producer. And until people realize that, oh, well, if corporations took less profit, there'd be what? What would there be? What would there be if corporations took less profit? Money for you? No. People have got to fucking stop with the bullshit. Is minimum wage being $7.25 an hour? Abso-fucking-lutely. But as one guy keeps saying, this one guy, and I'm gonna make a I'm gonna put him on fucking full blast. You have got to realize there are two charts, and they almost overlap, but they're radically different. This is the cost of living chart. This is the income chart. The guy up here keeps saying the minimum wage should be 85% of the cost of living in an area. No. The minimum wage should be the bottom amount of money that allows you to live. Because all the people earning this right here are the people that are the working poor. They are the people who they fall into debt. These are the people who are what is called the backslide into poverty. They are working, they are getting up every day, but due to the fact that it's more money. The problem is the federal minimum wage. No, you have more words coming. What people need to recognize is you can't say a bullshit statement like the minimum wage should be 85% of the median cost of living in an area, because then that number is not a fixed data point. That number becomes an influencer. Because remember, the median income is the middle number of all the incomes. If you constantly adjust, if you say the minimum wage needs to be here, then next year you've moved the chart. The problem is the federal minimum wage isn't the scale wages should be set at. It needs to be regional or better community set. You're right. But you know what the other half of that equation is? The other half of that equation is people need to be re-educated for what the fuck the minimum wage is meant to do. If I walk into your house and you tell me you can't get ahead, and I walk into your house and there's a fucking PlayStation, I'm gonna turn right around and I'm gonna stop at I'm gonna be like, I've seen everything I need to see. If I walk into your fucking house and I see a PlayStation, I might ask you if you bought it or if it was a gift. But if I walk into your house and I see a big screen TV and a PlayStation and a decked out kitchen and a TV in another room and a TV in a third room and a TV in a fourth room, what the fuck? It's not that you can't make enough money. Like if I was crying poor mouth and I can't live, shit, man. This room alone I have $16,000 of computers and monitors in here. That's a fucking year's salary for somebody. Yeah, some people think not being able to get Starbucks every day is the struggle. Some of the people isn't that people are making too little. It's that they're spending too much. If you're buying your lettuce from Trader Joe's, you might be making a poor financial decision. Exactly. Right, $6 a day for coffee. I just threw a $7 coffee into the trash. Because our coffee maker needs to be cleaned. And I needed caffeine because I had a blood draw this morning. I had to fast before that, and I wasn't going to make it. $180 a month that you're pissing in the toilet. Hold on, we need to talk about that. We can't be dismissive. I dedicate X number of dollars a month to my coffee. There's nothing wrong with getting Starbucks. There is absolutely nothing wrong with getting Starbucks. There is absolutely something wrong with getting Starbucks when you're backsliding into poverty. Well, I don't want to be told that I can't live a decent life. Do you have a decent life wage? No, because I can't get one. Why not? Because it's the government's fault. It's the shut up. Why can't you get a decent wage? Why can't you get a job earning a decent wage? There's nothing available here. Fuck, I didn't know you were a tree. Shit, man, let me call Rocket. He can dig you up, Groot. See, I'm all about bitch slapping the rich. But when constantly, time after time after time after time after time and time again, people think the solution to all their problems is taxing the rich. Okay? You want to tax the rich. You don't want the government to have a balanced budget so they could reduce your tax obligation by 13%. You want to tax the rich, and you want the rich to just bend over and take it when most of the money in our government is being wasted. Why do you think Elon Musk left Doge? One, because he was completely unqualified. He was completely unqualified because he doesn't understand how real places work. Elon Musk is a terrible shit leader. People are like, oh, well, you say that, but where are your billions of dollars? Well, if you gave me a daddy with an emerald mine so that I could start my life like that, things would be a little different. Yeah, California increased taxes and people moved their businesses to Texas. As someone who lived off dollar ramen while traveling across Australia, there's a big difference between being scrappy and genuinely struggle. There is. There absolutely is. And I'm not saying there aren't people who are genuinely struggling. I tell a story. I have a friend. I tell stories about her all the time. Her dog died. The dog died. She blames herself for the dog. I don't think she killed the dog. I think the dog just died. But then she needed money for food. And I had a little bit extra that month. So I kicked her I kicked her a little bit of money for groceries. Like 3 days later, she bought another fucking dog. And I said, hey, that's the end of my fucking helping you. And she's like, why? If you can't fucking feed yourself and I need to throw you money for groceries, the only reason why you should have bought any animal is if you bought a goat or a cow because you're going to feed it and then you're going to kill it. Well, you know, couple of months go by, she loses her job, and then she's saying to me, well, I need money for dog food. Nope, not from me, you don't. Not from me, you fucking don't. And if you hadn't gotten the fucking dog and you needed money for your kids, I would have been way more likely to give you money for your fucking kids. But since you decided having a fucking dog, having an expense, was something you wanted to take on, what it means is you had a plan for feeding your kids. And since you can't do that, that doesn't make me the asshole. It doesn't make me the asshole because I don't want to share what I have with somebody who starts to look at my pile of money and say, so our pile of money. No. That's what my father was very clear with me as I grew up. I've been very clear with my children as they've grown up. My pile of money is my fucking pile of money. What I do with it is what I choose to do with it. My kids know that. Yeah, I've lived on ramen. I've lived on yeah, get a raven. They can be trained to bring coins and bills in exchange for food. I've lived on ramen. I've lived on food pantry handout. I've lived on getting a part-time job where I don't get paid, I just get fed. Cleaning up the alley. Power washing the dumpster. Hey, our garbage gets picked up on Wednesday mornings at 3:30 in the morning. Can you be here to clean up around the dumpster and power wash the dumpster? Yep. Up at 2:30 in the morning at the place, sitting on my ass, reading a book, waiting for the dumpster to get there. Dumpster comes, pull the dumpster away. Yeah, I've swept parking lots. And guess what? I'm tired of listening to people say how hard it is. Like, you know what really pisses me off? And I'm gonna piss off everybody with this one. I don't give a shit. I hate looking at somebody who has 50 tattoos talking about how they've never had any money in their life. Oh, really, asshole? You're walking around with $7,500 worth of tattoos. Oh, well, I've gotten them from... I don't give a fuck how you've gotten them. You have... Average tattoo is $100 for the sizes that you have, plus tip. You have $7,500 worth of fucking tattoos. Top Ramen? Yeah, Top Ramen is a little bit, the 12 pack. Are you talking about, you talking about these little sons of bitches? You talking about those ones? They don't, as far as I know, they don't make that 12 pack anymore. It comes in a 6 pack. It comes in a 6. Oh, it's not that one? Because that's the one I knew about that came in a 12 pack. Now it comes in this little, now Top Ramen comes like that. 4 up, 2 down. But yeah, people talk like I'm not trying to beat the dog shit out of poor people. But if you're going to talk about socialism would solve all our
People
problems.
don't like the idea.
No, socialism wouldn't solve all of our problems.
Socialism is attractive to people because they hear words like free healthcare and it sounds really exciting. But here is where their illusion actually breaks down. Healthcare isn't a thing that you just distribute out to the masses like food or shelter. Healthcare is a service, and that service requires the time, the energy, the expertise, and the labor of a real human being. And at the end of the day, you are not entitled to another person's labor. See, here's the distinction, because you absolutely have the right to pursue your health. Things like clean air, clean water, a safe environment, access to good food, freedom from harm. These are conditions that support your health and can reasonably be protected or guaranteed by a government or by society. But healthcare, meaning the ongoing active process of diagnosing, treating, and sometimes even operating on people, that is not a natural right.
Okay, this is where... Oh, that's... That's a spicy one. Is it a natural right? And the answer is no. It's not a natural right. Because your natural rights are things that you get simply by being human. Simply by being born. Now, again, this is where I talk about if you haven't studied Locke, Hobbes, Rousseau, you're going to start saying all these other things are your natural rights. Now, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, they made a tweak to the natural rights when they did, when they did the Constitution. They took off property. And what they did is they changed your natural rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I think that had the framers of our Constitution not made that switch and actually kept it as life, liberty, and property, things would be different. Life, liberty, property are the foundations of a civil government. This goes into socialism because for those people that don't understand this, socialism has a natural paradox. The natural paradox of socialism is that the state of nature tells us that people exchange absolute freedom for security. It's an important distinction, but people don't realize that the government isn't there to provide you life, liberty, and property. People think the government is there to provide you with life, liberty, and property. The government is only there to punish those people who take away your life, your liberty, or your property. There is an important distinction. We as humans should have evolved by now that we don't want to SA people. We don't want to murder. We don't want to steal. But people inherently are tribal. She's absolutely right when she talks about this. Healthcare isn't a right. It's not a natural right. Should it be? No. Because if we start adding more and more and more and more things to the natural rights, then we water down what the natural rights actually are. I'm not saying I don't want you to have access to healthcare. What I'm saying is we need to be very careful how we frame that, how shall we say, dictate that this is a right that I want. Because then, if you want everybody to have healthcare, you can say that. But then you must be willing to give up. Access to healthcare, free healthcare are two radically different things. Absolutely. And unfortunately, even access to healthcare is not a natural right. Not a natural right. I want to look up, it's a human right as dictated by the UN, but the UN wrote a fucking arbitrary document. If I was the guy in charge, I could be like, yeah, a natural right of mine is strip clubs.
That requires someone else to do something for you, something that required years of education and daily sacrifice and emotional and physical effort from another human being. When you say that healthcare is a right, you are implying that you are owed the products of someone else's labor.
That's exactly it. When you say it is a right, then you are saying I am entitled to this service of somebody else's labor and toil.
That someone must show up, give their expertise, and serve you regardless of your ability to compensate them. That is not a right. That is literally a claim on someone else's life. And I know some of y'all don't want to hear this, but in a system that claims to respect people's individual freedoms, no one is born obligated to serve you just because you are in need.
Boom. And she makes the fucking mic drop point, and unfortunately that's not going to resonate very well with a lot of people. This, although she's talking about healthcare, goes hand in hand with the bakery thing. If I'm a bakery owner and I don't want to make a gay wedding cake, it's presumptuous of you to say I have to make a gay wedding cake. Go to a different baker. Feel free to publicly protest against my store. Feel free to make TikToks about it. Try to get all allies not to shop. That's fine. But when we start dictating what other people must do, we're no longer living in a democracy. We are living, and I know people are going to struggle with this. You cannot like something. You cannot like the fact that I do or I do not want to do something. But the moment you start dictating to me how I have to live my life, you've cheapened the whole system.
This is why this conversation matters, because it's not heartless to say that healthcare isn't a right. It is honest. It is because these people, these doctors, these nurses, these technicians are human beings that we have to be very careful about how we frame this conversation. Maybe in the future, when we get to like completely AI doctor technology, maybe then we can discuss healthcare being a natural right. But right now, it's not. Yes, healthcare is valuable, it is necessary, and it is deeply important. But that does not make it something that the government can provide without rationing it or forcing someone to do.
There it is. There it is. She got to the argument. She got to the uncomfortable part of the argument without rationing it. Without rationing it.
It. So yes, society should absolutely be working toward making healthcare more accessible, more affordable, and more efficient. But calling it a human right really oversimplifies a very complex conversation, and it risks violating the rights of the people that we are asking to help us in the first place.
Yes. If the government gives it to you, it's never ever free. Now, could it be? Yes. Yes, it could be free. It could be free. For example, the government could run like a business. The government could run where if you're a foreigner and you want to come to an American institution, you want to come to an American college, you want to come to an American university, you want to come here to travel, the government could say every month you're going to be here is $500. Now let's just roll that out for a second. You're here August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, and May. You're here 10 out of the 12 months. Imagine if every foreign student had to give the US government $5,000. Imagine if we took that $5,000 and instead of pissing it away the way that our government loves to do, what if we took that $5,000 and put it in an account and we said, okay, and again, the first thing that we should do is like every good person, every good smart person, we should pay down our own personal liability, which means we pay down our own personal debt. So what if we were living in a world 5 years from now, we had no national debt? Now we have $50 million in a year from students who were traveling abroad. What if we had a visa fee, right? What if we took that money and we actually ran services the way we should? What if instead of hospitals being run by for-profit insurance companies, what if outside of every military installation we put a hospital? So now the people on the base go to the hospital, and as that base has open appointments, it becomes a location for people who need healthcare. But what if then we actually had to be blunt and honest? Hey, fatty, we are going to treat you today, but you need to go on a diet. If you want to continue getting free healthcare from the government, you need to lose, let's say, 36 pounds in 3 months. What do you need to be able to do that? You need to be here every day. What time do you work? Oh, you don't work? Great. Then you can be here at 5:30. Be here at the gym. You're going to start exercising. You're going to start walking in the pool. You're going to fucking do what you need to do. I don't give a shit if we have to put a fucking piece of cheesecake on a little stick and shove it in your back so that you chase a cheesecake around the track for 3 hours. Jay, I can't believe you're so heartless. Why? We spend over $1 trillion a year on obesity-related health issues. 75% of health issues we deal with in this country are obesity-related. But meanwhile, we got RFK Jr. running around talking about how fucking Tylenol causes autism. Look, you dumb shit. Tylenol doesn't fucking cause autism. What about like Medicaid? It's free. No, you dumb motherfucking dumb shit. Medicaid is not free. Medicaid is not free, you dumb motherfucker. No, the fuck Medicaid isn't free. If you're on Medicaid, and you're getting it for free, say fucking thank you to me because I pay taxes so you can have Medicaid. It's not fucking free. You're a fucking classic example. You don't even know where the shit you fucking live on comes from. Medicaid is provided to you by the state with federal funding and oversight. It's paid for with goddamn taxpayer money. I don't know how much more clear I can make this part for some people. If the government gives it to you, it's taxpayer provided. Period. Holy fuck. This is what's wrong. This is what our fucking problem is. This is our fucking problem. If somebody is going to go on Medicaid, Rad Dude has just proven once again why I feel this way. If you're going to go on Medicaid, you should have to go to a fucking 8-hour seminar for them to explain Medicaid to you from start to finish, kitten to caboodle. Hey, just to let you know, this Medicaid, we need to change the name of shit for the lowest common denominator. Medicaid, low-income medical assistance. Medicare, old people medical insurance. Medicare disability, broken people health insurance. VA, veteran health insurance. TRICARE, active duty military personnel, veteran personnel health insurance. So that people understand it's not free. It's not free. That's how the fuck we got in this spot to begin with. We need to do more to give more money to people. Fuck, no we don't. Why can't I get more money from the government? Because there's fucking no jobs. What statistic did I just see? It's fucking terrifying. Where's my fucking notes? There are, right now, 212 million working age population individuals, and this is 15 to 64. Now, first of all, I have a really big problem with the government tracking this data this way. First of all, this number should never be included. This number should always be 18. This number should not be that number. It should be that. Because this is the new working age. This is the working age. I don't know why our government keeps fucking around with this. But we have 212 million people that are working age. We only have 163 million people actually working. That means 77% of our eligible workforce has a job. Now, as you can see, there's a pretty clear reason why I can't be in a classroom. Because I would fucking tear somebody's head off. Because I can't handle human interactions anymore with stupid people. I simply can't. The trick here is we have got to focus on educate. Yeah, it's not free, you dumb mother clucker. The trick is we need to and that's why chapter 1 of my book. I'm writing a book. I'm very serious. I'm writing a book on all the things that are wrong with America because I adamantly agree. I 100% agree with the fact that we need a third political party. Shouldn't the official unemployment rate be way higher if 23% is not working? Great fucking question. Great fucking question. And I love the fact that you're not even American and you recognize the problem with our fucking system. You know what the fucking problem is? Here's the problem. The official unemployment number is the people receiving benefits. The moment you are not receiving benefits, you fall off the list. How fucking dumb is that? We have two numbers that we need to have in the conversation. We have unemployed people and we have not employed people. We also have people in this country that don't understand the idea of negative growth. And then they make fun of you and you're literally like, you dumb fucking truck, you don't understand what negative growth is. For those of you that don't understand the idea of negative growth. So we had 50,000 jobs in January. 1 second. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was in the middle of a research paper yesterday and my college locked me out of my alumni account. So, you have 50,000 jobs in January. And then in February, you add on 10,000. And in March, you add on another 10,000. In April, you only add on 2,500 jobs. This right here is what they're talking about when they say negative growth. It's a combined phrase to say, yes, we still grew, but we didn't grow as much as we had in the preceding month, the preceding quarter. There are literally people who have never fucking set foot in a business class or a statistics class or a modeling class or a data class, and they'll be like, well, it's either growth or it's loss. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Shut all the way the fuck up. I want you to go to the top of Shut Fuck Mountain, where there are no more fuck ups to shut. Shut up. Like, yeah, I'm not getting benefits. I'm not employed. You're not unemployed. You're not employed. U3 and UN5 unemployment, unemployment and looking for work, underemployment and looking to take on more work, unemployed and not looking for work. A bunch of different metrics revel into the true unemployment, underemployment discussion. Yes. The problem is, Wolfagar, I love it. Here's the crux of it. All of those things you just listed. Is the data confined to two sections of the academic pool, right? So all that stuff that you just mentioned is really great shit, right? Here's all of civilization. And the numbers you just reached should only be looked at by economists and social scientists. And that's it. Everybody the fuck else shouldn't be looking at that. Now, what about politicians? Unfortunately, those are social scientists. I have to accept them. I don't fucking like that, but fuck, they belong to me. They belong to me. It's like a guy said to me the other day, JD Vance knows more about constitutional law than I do because he graduated from Yale Law School. And I said, oh, so by virtue of going to Yale, he automatically knows more about constitutional law than a constitutional historian. Really? Really? Because that's interesting. Because you can go to fucking law school, and yes, no matter what law school you go to, law school is a lot like medical school. You're going to be presented with the same Common Core curriculum. And that's where Common Core should be at the college level, not at the grade school level, not at the high school level. The Common Core curriculum is, to be a historian, you generally have to take in America. You have to take U.S. history 1 and 2, world history 1 and 2, and geography. 5 out of your 10 subject matter courses must be those 5. That's what we call our Common Core curriculum. You're going to be now, after that, you're going to be like, oh, well, are you a world historian and a U.S. historian? No, because that's just the Common Core. Then your history professors are going to ask, what are you interested in learning about? What area of the world do you want to focus in? Like Karthos is here, and Karthos and I do not have overlapping historical areas of expertise. He's the only other person I know that has an actual history degree. Not saying I don't know people with college degrees, but he's the only person I know with a history degree. Well, my history classes, U.S. government, poli-sci, right? Roosevelt to Roosevelt. I literally took a class for the time period of Roosevelt to Roosevelt. I took a class on the history of Africa. I took a class on environmental history so that I could see how bad we've been fucking this planet up. In order to understand, because I was not sure what I was going to do, I took a class comparing capitalism and socialism, which is probably why I'm a big nerd, and I really hate the fact that I take for granted I spent a whole college semester studying capitalism and socialism. What people have to understand is that law school, they're going to get due process, but they're going to get procedural due process. They're not going to get the history of fucking due process because they're not going to argue all the way back to the Constitution. They're going to argue precedent. Very rarely does a fucking lawyer ever say, well, according to the Constitution, Your Honor. No, because the fucking prosecution's gonna say, you know that shit's been ruled on for the last 237 years, right? What a lawyer's gonna do is say, based on the Constitution and as interpreted in Jalan versus the state of Illinois. I need to know, are we cooked as a species on a global scale? Yes, I'm not saying we're cooked yet. I'm saying somebody took the chicken out of the fridge an hour and 55 minutes ago, and we're getting really close to having to throw that shit in the pan and cook it quick or throwing it in the trash. And throwing it in the trash is the revolution. And throwing it in the pan is limping along. I sometimes think after engaging with people that we might just be at the point where we need to throw that chicken breast out and just get a new one. Honestly, as a neurodivergent, I associate very much with Skynet, and that if an AI became online and it had access to our nuclear arsenal, it would kill 7 billion people on the planet. And then it would literally dictate to the remaining billion, fucking behavior, I'll spank you too. We are a fucking race of people that want to continue to state we're not a single race of people. Do I think the eventual fall of the US will be better for North American continent in the long run, the same as the fall of the Western Rome was good for Europe in the long run? Well, first of all, I'm going to reject your premise out of hand. I don't think the fall of Rome was good for Europe. Look at what's happening in the UK right now. People are being arrested in the UK for comments they're making that aren't even directed at somebody. Hey man, you want me to grab you a breakfast burrito? Yeah man, get me a bacon, egg, and cheese. And then all of a sudden, 2 minutes later, there's a cop arresting me. Why? You talked about getting bacon. Yeah, who fucking cares? I asked him to grab me a bacon, egg, and cheese burrito. Oh, well, a Muslim was offended. Did I offer him a fucking bacon, egg, and cheese burrito? I didn't even fucking know the guy was there. If I had known the guy was there, I wouldn't have fucking known he was Muslim. Now, little bit different if I fucking rolled up in front of a mosque with a herd of pigs. That is fucking offensive. But people being arrested because for shit they say I like bacon, and a Muslim gets offended, you have the fucking right to be offended. You have the right to be offended. You don't have the right to fucking call the police and send me to jail because I happen to mention in passing to somebody, I like bacon. Freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom of expression are absolute necessities for a society to prosper. You cannot have a country like a country like England, who used to be a pillar of Europe, now all of a sudden eroding people's rights. There is a woman in Dubai, was it? Hold on, let me see if I can find the story real quick. Yeah, the cocaine one. There is a woman. Was it Thailand? Yeah. Sorry, I had blood draws this morning, so I don't have everything exactly as neat as I like it. 24-year-old British woman has been given a 2-year suspended sentence in Germany for trafficking drugs. She told the court she was robbed of a week's earnings by a regular client. She was threatening the man she worked for. She's getting 25 years, right? No, this isn't the one. No, this isn't her. There's a woman going to jail for 25 years for 2 ounces of a controlled substance in a Middle Eastern country, which would be okay, except Muslims in England are raping people and they can't be deported because they would face persecution in their home country. Look, man. Look, England. I know I'm just a dirty Irishman, but if y'all want to throw me the crown, you want to throw me the crown for a couple of years, I'll clean your shit up. Just like in Crusader Kings 3, King Jalan will march into England. I will clean up all your mistakes. I'll put a lot of people to the sword. And then, 23-year-old... No, wrong fucking browser. Better link? Yeah, this is a better link. British law student 23 given life in hellish Dubai jail was caught with 50 grams of cocaine. 50 grams. 50 grams. Now, for those of you that don't understand, major drug traffickers don't face a charge until they have a kilo. No, 50 grams is not a lot. Trust me on this. 50 grams is not a lot. We're not talking 50 kilos. We're talking 50 grams. Grams, not kilograms. She's going to be in jail for 25 years where she's going to be dodging being raped on a consistent basis. And yet England can't deport fucking rapists? Look, man. If we want to get... I'm not a big fan of, the biblical era. But I think the biblical era had some good shit in it. Western Rome descended into indentured servitude at a mass scale as local officials had managed to take all the lands for themselves. This is the basis for European serfdom, and I don't think that Western Rome would have been able to solve the issue without collapsing anyway. You're right, they didn't. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, and I mean this. How the fuck long did serfdom exist after the fall of Rome? It ain't like Gaul, France, Aquitaine, Britain got rid of indentured servitude, they were like, oh, we're in charge now. This is a good fucking system. Look, did you know that indentured servants were treated very well? Did you know that indentured servants worked less hours than a Westerner does now? Did you know that indentured servants had a better quality of life considering adjusted than we do now? Indentured servants worked about 180 days of the year. And the rest of the time, they were left the fuck alone. Yeah, she went to Dubai and she had 50 grams of a controlled substance, was arrested, right? I think we've got a fucked up world going on. I mean, if you say 50 grams is crazy, okay, it's a 20th of a kilo. It's about a 1,000 hits. Yeah, they execute you for 30 grams in Singapore. Right. But that's not the point I'm making. Cocaine. The point I'm making is that Dubai just sentenced her to 25 years in jail, but England won't deport fucking rapists because they might face persecution back in their home country. You know the fastest way to get rid of fucking rape in a society? Public castration. Won't get rid of all of it. I guarantee you, if Friday at noon, we took all the convicted rapists. No, I'm not praising Dubai. I'm condemning England. I'm condemning England by saying England won't deport convicted rapists. Now, in the grand scheme of things, the United States just killed 11 people with no trial who were moving narcotics. Why does Singapore not have a problem with drugs? Because they execute you. If we took all the fucking convicted rapists to town square and we televised the shit and we smashed their fucking cock and balls with rocks and they had to crawl 100 yards to their medical care, you'd see fucking sexual assaults go straight down. Now, they wouldn't go straight down right away. They wouldn't go straight down right away. We'd have a fucking increase in them because some guys would be like, I'm going to get away with it. And then they'd be crying for their mom as they're led up to town square. Yeah, Charlie Sheen can smoke a crack rock made from 2 8-balls in one hit. Right. We live in a fucked up world because we took away the find out. People want to know why society is so fucking depraved because there's no find out anymore. There's no find out. There is a reason why the phrase is called fuck around and find out. What is the great quote from Final Fantasy Tactics? If the only punishment for a crime is a fine, then only the poor can be criminals. We need to get back to the finding out part. School I worked at, we had a major fucking problem with the students. You can't expel them, the school board won't let you. So we just took all the students who couldn't find their ass to a class on time. We put them all in the auditorium. The auditorium was shit anyway. Kids over the generations had trashed the shit out of it. So if we found you in the hallways in between classes, we just took you to the auditorium. Can't kick the kid out of school altogether, but if you miss 5 classes while you're in the building that day, the teacher has the right to drop you. Took about a month. And then when a bunch of kids were told, oh, you can't go to prom because you're technically not a second semester junior, because you don't have enough credits to be a second semester junior. You can't be on the team. You can't be part of this. You can't be part of that. Sure, the parents came up and they were mad as hell. School board saying, school board saying you kicked them out. Nope, didn't kick them out of school. They're here. What's the reimbursement of people falsely accused? Here's the thing about here's the problem with false accusation of sexual assault. Is false allegation of sexual assault a thing? Yes, I do. I admit it's a thing. If you falsely accuse somebody of sexual assault, you should have to serve the same duration of punishment that they would have served if they got convicted. If they have been convicted and have served time in jail before they get out, you have to serve 2.5 times. Again, we have a problem in our society that there is no clean way to clean up our society. If you really want to think about it, about the bottom third of our society needs to just go away. And I'm not talking about the wealth of the bottom third. I'm talking about the bottom third that have criminal rap sheets longer than a phone book. Like I said, a couple of years ago when I was the DV guy, I was the DV evaluator. I was one of them for the county. Guy had already been charged with domestic violence 4 previous times. He'd already completed the class 2 previous times. His lawyer somehow got his paperwork put into the pile of people who could get pretrial diversion. As soon as I saw that, I interviewed him. And then my recommendation was that he should be charged with a class 2 felony. His lawyer blew the fuck up out of my phone. I can't believe you did that. You can't believe I did what? I can't believe I had this guy all set for pretrial diversion and now the prosecutor wasn't aware of his full history and now he's being charged with a class 2 felony. Good. Means the system's working. He's already been previously charged with domestic violence 4 times. He's pled guilty 4 times. He's been to the class twice. This motherfucker has spent 104 weeks of his life in domestic violence education and training. He chose to be domestically violent again. He can be charged with a class 2 felony now. He ended up pleading for 3 years. Like Asmongold's 2% plan? No, because I used to think that Zach knew his numbers. And then Zach did a short where he started talking about if you lose 24% of your audience, you've lost 1/3 of your audience. No. If you lose 24% of your audience, you've lost 24% of your audience. He is right that when you lose 24% of your audience and then you increase your audience back by 24%, that only takes you to about 94% of your original audience. But when you lose 24%, you lose 24%. And we need to stop. What we need to stop doing in this country is we need to stop watering down statements for the people who don't understand. The people who don't understand have to embrace their ignorance and say, I don't understand that point. Can you go over it again? We have made society dumb. For example, I remember being in school and all the other kids getting to go and do something. And I was OFOing. I was off fucking off with a funeral. I was an altar server. And I went to the church and I served at the 10 o'clock funeral, and then I was getting ready to go back to school, and there was another funeral, and there were no other altar servers showing up. And the pastor looked at me and he says, you need to stay, you need to serve the 11 o'clock funeral. And I was like, I've already missed like an hour and a half of school day. He's like, I'll take care of it. So I did what the pastor of the parish told me. I stayed, so I served the 10 o'clock funeral and the 11 o'clock funeral. When I went back to class, I'm getting screamed at by my 8th grade teacher. And what I said to my teacher was, I did what the pastor told me. And they're like, well, we've called your parents, we've done this. It's like, I don't personally care what you've done. I did what the pastor told me. We live in a world right now where we're designing a world that kids get screamed at. And then what I thought was hilarious was the pastor showed up, and I didn't get to go to whatever the fuck it was that they were doing, the rest of the students were doing. It was some like afternoon incentive thing. I had to sit there and I had to do my I had to sit there and I had to do all the work that I missed, which I didn't care about. But then when my mom showed up, they started talking to my mom, and I was, 12 at the time. I said, hold on a second, we need to talk about the more important thing. And all the adults looked at me, and I said, we need to talk about how you screamed at me in front of everybody before letting me explain that I did what the pastor told me to do, and before you went and checked with the principal, and the principal went and checked with the pastor. And they're all there like, well, what you did was wrong. And I was like, you know what? Let's wait till Dad gets here. And while we're waiting for Dad, let's go get Father White. And you have never seen two teachers and an administrator pucker up their assholes this fast when I said, let's go get the pastor. And they didn't want to get him. I'm like 12 years old at the time. You're trying to teach me right from wrong in a fucking Catholic school. I was like, no, I think Father White needs to be here. So they called over to the rectory. Father White came in, and he came up and he thanked. The first thing the motherfucker does is walk up to my mom and say, I want to thank you for having such a good son. We had an incident where there was an unscheduled funeral, and he stayed and he served. Hey, Big Papa, I'm getting fucking screamed at by teachers for doing my job as an altar server in a Catholic parish. That's the fucking problem. We teach kids two ways. We teach kids directly by what we teach them, but we teach them indirectly by the behavior we model. If we want kids to know what's right and what's wrong, then we need to do what's right all the time. And when we have to choose between the lesser of the evils, we need to make sure that we explain to our kids, hey, this is a terrible situation to be in. We have to make a bad decision. So we have to make the trolley decision. We have to make the decision of, do we let 5 people die through no action, or do we deliberately kill one person? That's the trolley problem. The trolley problem is full of problems anyway, because it assumes certain things that all people are going to agree with. It's going to assume certain moralities. But we have got to stop lowering the bar and lowering the bar and lowering the bar and lowering the bar. In the paper that I'm working on, this statistic should scare the shit out of you. Because it scared the shit out. I had to double and triple and quadruple check this yesterday. I could not believe these statistics. So I thought, what the fuck is going on? And I know these statistics are accurate because I actually pulled the PICA. That's why I had to call my university and say, hey, what the fuck? 28% of US adults score at a level 1 or below in literacy, meaning they struggle with everyday reading tasks such as written instructions or interpreting short texts. A separate 2022 brief by the Policy Circle reports 54% of American adults read below the equivalent of a 6th grade level, and 1 in 5 read below a 3rd grade level. Can we reasonably expect such a large portion of the population to understand, let alone recognize, the slow erosion of civil liberties? How in the motherfuck do we live in a world where half of our population has a 6th grade reading level when we provide them fucking 12 years of free education? And yet Joe Biden and fucking Bernie Sanders and all these other people, they want to make college more accessible. Fuck trying to fix the problem at the college level. If Johnny can't read at the 12th grade level, when Johnny gets out of 12th grade, sending Johnny to the fucking 13th grade where the professor is literally not going to give a shit. Professors don't give a shit if you can read or not, because they're not there to be babysitters. I think the biggest threat to human life and health right now is there are no more jobs for stupid people and vanishing little focus on making them smart people. You're right. Did you know in my state right now, the way the law is written, a parent without a GED can still homeschool their kids? First of all, they're your kids. Educate your kids however you think is appropriate. But for fuck's sake, you don't even have a GED and you're going to step up to the idea that you think it's a good idea to try to homeschool your kids? No wonder why you're fucking stupid. Because if you just say that out loud, that sounds really fucking stupid. Making stupid people smart is not easy. And if you're stupid, what are you going to do? When was the last time you saw a supermarket with every checkout staffed? Well, that's a great question, but the problem is, you know why checkouts aren't staffed? Because people complain about the prices. So in order to cut the prices, what we have to do is we have to reduce the total number of people working there. This is the thing that you should be more concerned about. Why is it not every American has a fucking library card? No, supermarkets want the workers. They okay. What you've said is, let me put this on the screen. Because there's a lot here. First of all, the government doesn't give you grants just because you're hiring. That's not true. The government doesn't give you grants just because you're hiring. The government gives you grants if you actually hire impoverished people. There are grants for that. There is money for you to be part of these programs where the government will pay a significant, sizable portion of certain people's salaries, because what you're doing is you're helping the government get them off welfare. They could give the person $600 a month, just throwing out numbers, or they'll give you $295 a month if you employ them, with the idea that if they get employed, we're going to cut your welfare. But we found you a job. This question, I wonder how English literacy is in the US compared to countries like the Netherlands that teach English in school at a relatively high level. In America, we scored 9th worldwide in reading. We're a country that has, I believe, unless something has changed, we actually have more access to books in America. Now, hear what I'm saying. We have more access to books in America than any other country. Yeah, in reading in English. It's reading in English. Yep. We scored 9th. We have more access to books than any other country, and yet countries with less access to books have people reading at a higher literacy rate when every single person in America can get a library card. Like, this is not a brag. This is not a flex. This is not, I'm better than you. I'm going to show you how I spent my yesterday. This is how I spent my casual Sunday. That's what I read yesterday. Now, I didn't read every word of every page, right? I didn't read every word of every page, but that's everything I read for stats, figures, statistics, cross-referencing, and that's just the overlay for the basis of the paper. I've been reading all of that over the last several months. Every line of every page, understanding it. I'm not even being paid for the work that I'm doing. I'm writing the book because I want to eventually be paid. There are college students who are complaining about how many pages they have to read in between classes. When I was in elementary school, our school was divided into sections by graded reading level. You needed a special pass that said you could read at a certain level in order to take books out. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. As a teacher, my students had that. Each one of my students had a card, and every 5 tests they took on the computer, it would spit out a new card for them. We don't even give kids silent reading time in school. Sadly, the English Proficiency Index does not grade countries where English is the de facto language. It actually does. It actually does. No, here, I'll show you. You're looking at that. I'm looking at PISA. Yeah, different tests. The United States tested 28th in math. Hold on a second. The United States tested 28th in math, 14th in science, and 9th in reading? You're telling me, honest to fucking God, there's literally 27 countries that teach math better than the United States? Yet all of those countries send their people to fucking America to go to college? How the fuck did we let it get this bad? Like, I get it, right? You start thinking about it, you're like China, Japan, Singapore, South Korea. Okay, France, England, Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, okay. Like, you have to start thinking to yourself, can I even name 26 other economic peers of ours? And we're doing worse than all of them in math? Shit, what do we have in America? Our strippers can count fucking money. Why can't our fucking 15-year-olds? Yeah, American kids can't even read the ingredient label on hot Cheetos. You ain't fucking lying. I wish you were. I wish the fuck you were. It's the American conundrum. You have very high highs and very low lows. You're right. And that's the thing that you always have to remember. When people are like, well, how does America produce all these great students? They don't go to public school. That's where the rub comes in. The smartest American kids aren't in public school. I remember there was a girl who was really, really upset. I worked at a university, and I worked in the registrar's office. And she came in, and she was mad because she hadn't gotten as much of a scholarship as her roommate. They were in the dorm. So I was a sophomore by credits. She came in. She was older than me. Because remember, I started college at 16. She came in and I was the person she had to talk to because I'm the first line of fucking organization. And she starts yelling at me. And I was just like, first of all, there's absolutely no reason to yell at me because I am absolutely not the person who made this decision. In yelling at me, I yell back. That's why I work here. And one of the old ladies in the back, she heard me say that and she started laughing because I said that a lot. Like, don't yell at me, I yell back. She's like, well, I just found out from my roommate, she got a $12,000 a year scholarship and I only got an 8. Okay. I was valedictorian at my public school. Okay. And she tells me she was number 10 at her school. Okay. Who's your roommate? Gave me a name. I was like, oh yeah, she went to Macaulay. And the girl's like, well, I should have gotten a bigger scholarship than the number 10 student. I was like, I don't think you understand how Catholic school works. I said, I can't tell you anything else about her, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you down to Beverly and she's going to explain it. So I gave her the paperwork she needed. She went down to Beverly. The girl is losing her fucking mind because she couldn't understand the concept of the number 1 student at a public school is rated against about the number 21 to 25 student at a private school because they take classes that are weighted heavier. Well, I had a 4.0 GPA. Yeah, you did. She had a 4.7. How the hell did she have a 4.7 when an A is worth 4? Because an A in an academic class is worth 4. And an A in an honors class is worth 4.5. And an A in an AP class is worth 5 on GPA weighting. That's how. Because you read part and parcel of the Canterbury Tales for your English 4. And they read the whole fucking thing. Yeah, weighted GPA. And that's what this girl was not getting. And then she was getting loud with Beverly. And I finally said, I finally just said, I said, if you can't get it, maybe you're not, maybe you weren't really the valedictorian. Sorry, kid, you went to a poor school. We're looking for people with A+ and rich parents. See, we need to stop that too. We need to stop that bullshit. That's another piece of bullshit that we need to break down. I didn't have rich parents, but thanks to my 4 older siblings, I had to go to private school. And guess what I had to do? Fucking help pay for it. My parents made an investment. Now, the trick to that investment is I make more than I've made more in my life than my 4 siblings combined. And that's not a flex. That's if you want your kids to be successful, educate your kids. Private school lunch, couldn't afford it. Mountain Dew and an order of fries. Mountain Dew and an order of fries. Would bring like snacks and shit, but nope, couldn't afford it. Too much. $5 a day, too much. As Full Metal Jacket taught me, $5 a day, too beaucoup. That's too beaucoup. But I guarantee you, there's a reason why I was in college at 16. Going to private school my whole life. I got, we had to take the placement test at the public school. Some bullshit requirement. It was like, why do I have to take this fucking bullshit test? I ain't coming here. And then they were telling me, oh, they sent me my freshman schedule. They put everybody on the schedule and then you send back the form that says I'm not coming. I think that's a total waste of time. All honors classes. I'm like, fuck all that. I'm gonna go take honors classes at the Catholic school. Don't really want to go there. Anyway, I gotta be right back. Alrighty, so where were we? Yeah, just help them. You had parents that didn't even want to teach you how to drive. You're sitting here as an adult like, man, what a setback. Yeah, I say that all the time. I tell my kids, and my older kids, my adult kids always pass it down, and the younger ones don't get it. The youngest one gets it. I say to my kids, it's like, what I'm teaching you on a daily basis isn't because I really like making your life difficult. But if I can teach you something at 13, or I can teach you something at 14, that's going to help you for your entire life. Like, my youngest kid can cook basically everything I cook, except she doesn't like steak. So she hasn't learned she likes steak occasionally. She hasn't learned how to cook a steak yet. She can make scrambled eggs. She can make beef tips and rice. She can make tacos. She can bake. And that's not being a sexist thing. If you like baked goods, learn how to bake. My other kid, who's now trying to be an adult, is constantly calling mom, how do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? Well, how the fuck do you not know how to do this? Like, you never gave a shit. Like, yeah, beef tips and rice. You got to teach your kids, man. You got to teach your kids.
Socialism is a
Let's see. I want to talk about this one. We gotta fucking stop just making up shit, right? We gotta stop making shit up to make content. The
nuclear bombing of Hiroshima was unnecessary and just flat out a display of power to the Soviet Union. Even Eisenhower admitted that the Japanese were so close to surrender that the bombs were unnecessary.
According to Eisenhower in his book, memoir, Mandate for Change, Japan was already defeated and that dropping the bomb was completely unnecessary. And I thought our country should avoid shocking world opinion by the use of a weapon whose employment was, I thought, no longer mandatory as a measure to save American lives. Interestingly enough,
it was a move by the United States to prevent a socialist takeover of Japan.
The fuck are you talking about? First of all, from 1868 to World War II, Japan was a constitutional monarchy with an emperor. Second of all, the fucking emperor of Japan had not decided to pursue peace. He had sent out peace feelers because once Germany lost, Japan sent out peace feelers to see if they could retain all of the gains that they had made. Japan's top 6 generals, they wanted to fight on even after Hiroshima. So you don't know what you're talking about. But it's going to get better.
And instead, pushing our own occupation of Japan. And with the American takeover, they banned the Japanese Communist Party from being in the government. It also let America write Japan's constitution. It was the murder of 150.
In 1945, following the U.S. occupation of Japan, the Japanese Communist Party, known as the JCP, was legalized. So what the fuck are you talking about? Many imprisoned communists were released after 1945. The party reemerged, And it won seats in the parliament.
50,000 people just to show power to another country. Shameful.
First of all, you dumb fuck motherfucker, if you're going to quote Eisenhower, please be advised that Eisenhower was aware of some of the Japanese emperor's peace feelers. If you can't liken the similarities, why is Putin pushing so hard for peace right now? If Putin had the ability to topple Kiev, why would he be pushing for peace? He wants peace because Donald Trump is absolutely willing to let him have parts of Ukraine that he's occupying. When you're winning a war, you don't need people to say you can keep what you have. Yeah, thanks, dog, but I'm winning. I'm just going to keep marching. Japan was like, oh shit, Germany has collapsed. The Soviet Union has declared war on us. Fuck. But the generals were, and remember, at the time, and without centralized command and control, yeah, you push for peace when you're worried that very soon you will stop winning. Yes. If the bombs were not dropped, the U.S. would have ended up in a war of attrition 1,000 times worse than Afghanistan. The Japanese charged with spears when they ran out of bullets. Well, so did the U.S. Marines. Let's make sure that we remember during World War II, the U.S. Marines were the devil dogs. Let's remember that from World War II through Vietnam, fix bayonets was a common command in the U.S. military. Like, I don't think people realize we didn't stop using we used bayonets all through our war. Oh shit, we're out of ammo? Yeah. So them charging with spears wasn't like we were doing that too. Yeah, a bayonet charge is just a spear charge with a gun-shaped spear. Right. So we were doing that shit too. The kamikaze pilots scared people. You're right. They did. What was one of the biggest problems with Pearl Harbor? If you actually study Pearl Harbor, what was the big problem with the kamikaze pilot idea at Pearl? You took your best planes and your best pilots and you used them all up to cripple the U.S. Navy. But where were the carriers? Imagine if Japan had used their scrub planes and their scrub pilots to attack Pearl. And then Japan would have still had their best hardware and their best pilots to fight the Navy. Totally different war outcome. People that don't study the war in depth, a lot was propaganda. You're right, a lot was propaganda. Imagine if Japan just, fucking dropped bombs. Right. Imagine if Japan knew the carriers weren't at Pearl. For those of you that don't know this, the United States had already broken the Japanese code. The United States had already broken the Japanese code. We needed a reason to enter the war. It sucks. No, they didn't have to make it there and back, though, Wolfagar. The shitty planes just had to get there. They didn't have to get back. There were enough crazy pilots in the Japanese military, enough crazy motherfuckers. Some of them knew they weren't coming home. Some of them knew that. They were okay with it. Imagine if Japan didn't bomb Pearl Harbor at all. If Japan doesn't bomb Pearl Harbor at all, the United States can't get involved in World War II. That's why America allowed Pearl Harbor to be bombed. Because it made no sense. Why did Japan bomb us? Germany Germany declares war on us and we decide to go to Europe first. You think that, logically speaking, we would have gone to Japan first because they're the ones who bombed us. The problem is we knew that the allies in Europe were about to fall. And if we don't fucking speedboat our ass over to Europe to save their ass, Britain is gone. Britain, I don't think I don't think Americans study the bombing effects on England. The bombing effects on England were massive. Without the US military to assist, maybe 18 months. Because England just couldn't inflict enough damage on Germany, but Germany was able to inflict damage on England. It would have gone a completely different way. And the nice thing about English people is they don't have this bullshit American pride nonsense that they say, oh, that's not true. We were just one coin toss away from... No, English people are like, holy shit, if America hadn't showed up. If Japan doesn't bomb Pearl Harbor and the US never actually decides to fight, the Nazi thing would have ended so differently. It would have. It would have. Because once Hitler can cripple Britain, Hitler can turn his entire attention to Russia. And if you keep in mind, the only reason why Germany got fucked is because Germany decided to betray Russia. The two big things about World War II that are the turning point is if Germany doesn't decide to betray Russia, Germany wins World War II. Hitler wanted everything, but it's like, again, like, because Hitler was on my mind yesterday when I was writing this paper. I think you'll agree with the beginning of this paper. This is the beginning of the paper I wrote. Every society rises or falls based on the quality of its leaders. Those societies governed by individuals who were prudent, cautious, with good judgment, often but not always saw enlightenment. Those governed by individuals who were aggressive and militaristic often saw expansion, but were frequently plagued with ingrained turmoil in the following generations. What determines the quality of leaders? Their education or their lack of it? What mistake did Hitler make? He didn't learn from Napoleon. No, and that's the thing. The Allies still win World War II because of Russia. If Hitler never betrays Russia and the United States stays out of it, the Allies lose. Because Hitler doesn't have to divide his forces among two fronts. Hitler could have finished off France, Britain. Exactly. Don't attack Russia in winter. 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 Don't even pack winter clothes. No, the trick isn't to invade Russia from the east side, because the leadership of Russia is in the west side. And then you have to cross Siberia. The trick is not to only be able to take half of your army into Russia. Everybody makes this mistake. Russia can pull back and pull back and pull back, and scorched earth is how they win. Yeah, even Russia made this mistake. Yes. When you attack, you do not overextend. Russia started fighting Ukraine in the winter. Yes. They did start during the summer, but again, they started with half of their army. If Hitler is smart and he doesn't betray Russia, he finishes his eastern front. He finishes his western front. He cripples Britain, takes over the rest of France, and takes 2 to 3 years to solidify his new gains. He can then blitzkrieg Russia in spring. But instead, Hitler pulls the classic blunder and he splits his army and gets bogged down in entrenched warfare. But people don't. The problem with war is you have to look at. You have to be willing to look at the worst of the things your country did. Yeah, Hitler wanted to hit Russia while they were still on order. I understand why Hitler picked that time. I've always wondered how Nazi Germany would have lasted if they won. Is the system even stable? They would have lasted greatly. Why? Because Hitler, remember, the only other thing that possibly could have fucked Hitler's long-term plan was pissing around with the Holocaust. If Hitler had decided to not engage in the Holocaust, what's he just done? He's done exactly what he said he was going to do. I've restored Germany to prior to its World War I decimation. I've given us pride back. I've given us a nation again. I've made us strong again. Hitler's problem was fucking dicking around with, yeah, if Hitler had not done the Holocaust, he would have been the next Napoleon. Right. He took back the Rhineland. He gave Germany back Germany. So, you have to look at a country and you have to be willing to embrace all of the ugly parts. Yeah, you would have had, I don't know if you would have had 1,000 years of the Third Reich. I don't know if the Third Reich would have lasted 1,000 years, but it absolutely, I don't think the United States would be the way it is now. I also don't think that the man in the high castle is a fucking terrible fucking premise. Neither Japan nor Germany had what was necessary to invade the United States. It's very, very difficult to invade the United States. Now, maybe in the World War II era, given how we hadn't built up our coastal defenses, yeah, maybe, possibly. But you got to remember, it's a long ocean. If you want to know why the problem of it being a long ocean is such a big deal, you got to read Hal Moore's book, We Were Soldiers Once and Young, when he talks about the first 80 men are going to be on the ground, or the first 40 men are going to be on the ground for 30 minutes by themselves. Yeah, you'd only see Nazi America through diplomacy. Right, exactly. Now, if Mexico had actually attacked the United States, like some people believe in previous war, if people thought that Mexico would have attacked the United States in World War II and created that front, then that would have created the United States of today. Yeah, you have to have an invasion fleet. You can't this is why nobody will ever land troops in America, in North America. You would have to land your troops in South America and march them up. And you can't get through the Mexican-Guatemalan border because it's so narrow. You simply can't you don't have enough boats to bring enough troops over at one time to land in North America. You simply don't. Because keeping in mind that we have enough carrier firepower, if you look at where our Air Force bases are and where our naval stations are, you have to get through 3 to 6 carriers worth of air power. And the goal at that point isn't to stop your fleet. It's to sink as many of your troop transports as we can. We don't need to win the naval battle right now. Every boat we sink, you lose men. That's our goal. And then even if you somehow get through 3 to 6 carriers worth of defense, because remember, that's 3 to 6 carriers and 33 to 66 support ships with each carrier group. You still have to face the fact that on both coasts, we can protect both coasts with Air Force aircraft. You're just not landing enough troops in America to be a problem. And then the ones you do land, you're instantly faced with entrenched Marine and Army fighting positions. Invading a country like America is almost impossible. Now, German would have been the language of business. Germany would have been the absolute industrial powerhouse if it achieved total victory in World War II. Yes, they would have. Imagine trying to move troops through West Virginia. Absolutely, you can't. Like, I drove back from West Virginia in a blizzard, and that shit was crazy. Like, there's literally one road through north. There's one road to drive north through West Virginia. All you have to do is blow up the one bridge, and that's it. Oh shit, they're coming. We don't have enough troops to stop them. Hit the bridge. Now what? Now they have to go hundreds of miles in another direction. Invading a country with nukes probably won't happen. Also true. Okay.
The nuclear bomb.
That guy was an idiot. The nuclear bombing. Let's see. I want to talk about this one. This is a really important one. So much so I'm going to turn off the music.
Therapy doesn't really work if your life just genuinely sucks.
Therapy doesn't work if your life just genuinely sucks. She's right. Therapy doesn't work if your life genuinely sucks and you can't get any wins. Absolutely.
And I feel like that's not talked about. That's a taboo thing to say. If you say that, then you're immediately looked at as like anti-therapy, anti-mental health. Couldn't be further from the truth. I am very much pro taking care of your mental health. I believe that a lot of people do need medications. I also think that a lot of people don't need medications. And
that is a very, very important point. And this is kind of like one of my wheelhouses, right? I keep this right next to me all the time. Where the fuck are you? There are an awful lot of people that are on medication. They're on the wrong medication. I want to remind everybody, you're a biochemical organism. You need dopamine, serotonin, adrenaline, oxytocin, right? You need all of those chemicals in appropriate levels. And when you don't get them, the merry-go-round breaks down. I don't produce enough serotonin, right? My whole life, I have never produced enough serotonin. So I have to take a serotonin supplement. Without my serotonin supplement, I can't function because your body needs serotonin. There's no shame in saying biochemically a part of your body doesn't produce the chemicals you need for good mental health. Period. I think the most critical problem in the world is Islamic terrorism. I think the biggest problem in the world is fucking terrorism, and blaming Islam on terror is ridiculous because not every terrorist is Islamic. I would like to remind you that the worst incidents of terrorism in the United States prior to 9/11 were done by Americans against Americans. I think we really need to slow down with tying a religion into terrorism because you've painted the whole religion with the terrorism brush. And I don't think we need to do that. I don't think anything is gained by doing that. I think that we can talk about terrorism without bringing a religion into it. Because if you want to bring Islamic terrorism into it, then I have to respond with, well, right now I think the biggest problem in the world is the unchecked, rampant Zionism in Gaza, with the wholesale extermination of the Palestinian people. You could go the religious extremist route and say, I think the most critical problem in the world is religious extremists. And then, yes, absolutely. Because how many of these individuals, when they leave their manifestos, they refer to religion in it? And then sure, no problem. But I think to single out Islamic terrorism is painting all followers of Islam as terrorists. And I don't think that gets us anywhere. I don't think that moves the needle in the right direction. There's more followers of Islam on the planet. I always say clearly the most number of terrorist attacks were organized by Islamic terrorist groups. That's actually incorrect. I hate to inform you of something, but that isn't true. The Catholics have killed more people in one crusade than Islamic terrorist groups have killed. You got to be really, really specific when you start throwing the blame around. Do I watch TV? Here, I'm going to help you out with something. I don't get my news from the TV. I used to get my news from the classified briefings that I got as a contingency planner. What you talk about at TV was what I did for a living for 15 years. So, you're talking about in recent years. Are we forgetting what the Crusades did when they marched on Jerusalem and they butchered every man, woman, and child? That's an act of terror. I want to remind you, terrorism is the use of force against an unarmed population in order to achieve a means, normally a political means. When the Saracens retook Jerusalem, they let them all go. Now, not every time they retook Jerusalem, but when the Catholics would retake Jerusalem, they killed all the Jews, all the Christians who had lived peacefully with the Jews and the Muslims, and all the Muslims. So I think we have to be really careful when we say terrorism. I want to remind you that under the banner, no, I'm not saying really strange things. What you don't like is that I'm giving you all of history. I want to remind you, under the banner with the military might of the Roman Empire, Catholics marched around the world and killed or enslaved massive swaths of the population. Now, how do you stop me from making all of these arguments? All you have to do is take out that word, and make it to that word. I think the most critical problem in the world is religious extremist terrorism. Great. Now, all of the points I've just made add on to your point. I think the most critical problem in the world is religious extremism. Christian fundamentalists, Islamic fundamentalists, Jewish fundamentalists. I think anybody that has thrown the word fundamentalist onto their religion is probably a person that's likely to blow something up. Right now, people say, oh, it's the Islamic terrorists in Afghanistan that... No, they weren't terrorists. The warlords in Afghanistan were not terrorists. They were people that were living in their country one day, and then all of a sudden America showed up, and they were like, I don't know who the fuck you're talking about, because he doesn't live in the caves or the mountains in my fucking tribal area. And then America went in with their allies and just started fucking killing people. There is a reason why the Middle East commonly refers to NATO as North America's terrorist organization. There's a reason why we get that moniker. Because we use force, and then we believe we're justified in that use of force. For example, I guess I'm going to lose my mental health piece right now. Everybody in America is celebrating, not everybody, but a large number of people in America are praising Donald Trump for his use of force against the Venezuelan boat. Donald Trump, ironically, isn't a member of the accord that allows him to be charged in the international court as a war criminal. Donald Trump deciding that 11 Venezuelans didn't have the right to due process, he ordered the murder of 11 people of a sovereign nation. Lots of people are turning around saying he had proof, he had evidence, he had just cause. No, he did not. Maritime law requires an attempt to board the vessel. Because the vessel was in international waters, according to the 1982 UN CLOS, which is the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, Article 110 gives a U.S. warship the right of visit, meaning they can roll up a side and say, hey, we're coming aboard. 1988's narcotics addition is that the state is required to seek the flag state's consent. We did not do that. International human rights law states use of lethal force must be necessary and proportionate. These were not uniformed members of the Venezuelan military. Now, they were in international water. If the boat had crossed into national waters, then the U.S. Coast Guard has every right and authority to stop and detain that vessel. And if that vessel doesn't stop, the Coast Guard, in conjunction with the Navy, life dedicated to vague, fake stuff, calls other people stupid. Yeah, you're stupid. Congratulations. You're caught on. What vague, fake stuff? Make your point. So if the Coast Guard had intercepted that boat in national waters and then it evaded, they could have called in the Navy to say, blow that boat up. The Coast Guard also has the capacity on its vessels to blow things up. But that was an act of terrorism. And people don't like it. And I'll say that as a veteran. What the U.S. Navy did by following orders of the Commander-in-Chief was committed an act of terrorism. Because there was no attempt to board. There was no evidence of hostile action from the Venezuelan boat. They were killed in a preemptive strike. They were denied due process. Well, due process doesn't apply. Well, first of all, it does. Second of all, they were international waters, so international law applies. I'm sorry, Evolve Jack. Did your brain not catch up? Oh, he left already. Such a shame. So yeah, when people talk about terrorism, they need to know what terrorism is. Oh, the other guy left too. Imagine that. They didn't find an echo chamber. Imagine that. They were upset. I'm not an echo chamber. Anyway.
Therapy doesn't really work if your life just genuinely sucks. And I feel like that's not talked about. That's a taboo thing to say. If you say that, then you're immediately looked at as like anti-therapy, anti-mental health. Couldn't be further from the truth. I am very much pro taking care of your mental health. I believe that a lot of people do need medications. I also think that a lot of people don't need medications and they just need a better world, but that's a whole different conversation. But the fact of the matter is you can go to as many therapy appointments as you want, but at the end of the day, you're still going to come home to no food in your fridge.
That's it right there. She hits the nail on the head. That is it right there. No amount of therapy appointments are going to get you out of, right, the hierarchy of needs. And until we teach people better, right, I don't know where people's belief about psychology comes from. The only thing that fulfills these things right here are those things right there. The only thing that checks the box for air is air. The only thing that checks the box for water is water. Now, food becomes a sliding spectrum. You can survive on tofu and vegetables and ramen, right? Shelter is a sliding scale. You can survive in a shitty apartment. Sleep, right? Sleep becomes a sliding scale. Lots of people sleep too much. Clothing, you need clothing. You don't need Gucci. You don't need Versace. You don't shit, man. You just need, basic clothes. And then physiological need. This is where a lot of people miss the mark. And we try to keep it nice, but what we're really saying is that in whatever form or fashion you identify that in, because you'll notice we don't put sex, we don't put fucking on the physiological need line. I think we should, because it would get the point across. Because family's up there. She's spot on.
I once told my therapist how I feel about this too. Like, I once told her, like, no offense, but you can't fix my problems. My problems don't come from needing someone to talk to. My problems come from the way that the system is. She looked at me and she was like, you know what? You're right. I still want you to come here because I want you to have an hour a week that's all about you. But you're right. I can't fix those things. And
well, the other thing about therapy is this. Your therapist can't fix any of your problems. I could talk to you an hour of day every day for a year. And at the end of the day, if you haven't taken the steps to fix any of your problems, I can't fix them for you. Like the guy the other day on the video that I showed, he's like, high key. All of my problems, 85% of my mental health would be solved with just $2,000 in the bank. And he didn't like the fact that I challenged him in the comments of his video. And I said, what do you need the $2,000 for? And he said, I work 55 hours a week and I still have debt. For what? Medical. Okay. Your problem isn't you need $2,000. Your problem is you need to get a job that has comprehensive health insurance. He's like, well, I bought the best health insurance I could. Right. That's the problem. See, what people don't want to hear is the hard truth. There's a real great scene in Game of Thrones where Stannis and Davos are talking, waiting on the Iron Bank to come into the room, and they're talking about hard truths. Hard truths cut both ways. You don't want to be told the truth about the shitty parts of your life. It's hard. It's hard to be told about the shitty parts of your life. Not all of the shitty parts of your life are your fault. Person that said, I was 15 years old and my parents didn't want to teach me how to drive. That's not your fault. Part of that's society's fault. I don't like the fact that right now, legally, if I tell my kid that they can get their license, if I let my kid get their driver's license, then what happens is they have to go on my insurance because they have to, once they have a driver's license, there's a probability. No, it wasn't. No. It's the best he could afford. The best he could afford. Your kids had little interest in getting their driver's license at 16. I was at the DMV at 3 o'clock. My dad took the afternoon off work. And that man never took he didn't take the afternoon off work. He arranged his 980 plan day to be my birthday so that I could get my driver's license. But we have problems, and everybody wants to make their problem somebody else's problem. Like, look, if I can't care about your problem more than you care about your problem.
it sucks.
So in addition to my video I made a while ago where I said, what is healing? What does it look like to be healing or to be healed? Yeah, this is the real kicker right here. You know, I can't tell you, and I've said this so many times, how many like therapists I've met and social workers I've talked to, you know, especially growing up around like so much violence and being in a foster care system and dealing with the system in itself.
Like that right there. If you just heard, and I'm not making fun of this person. That's not my goal here. But that person literally just opened their mouth, and before the words started coming out, you could see the trauma in the back of her throat. She just hit you with a train of trauma. You started one sentence, and inside of one sentence, you just had 5 different ideas.
You know, they couldn't.
Like this person's behavior, if you just watch her behavior, she's already having high levels of anxiety. Just watch her torso.
Fix anything. If anything, like I said, I was constantly abused by therapists. I've already shared this story before, but I'll share it one more time. I remember when my narcissist dad insisted that I needed to go to therapy. He was beating the fuck out of me, but I needed to go to therapy. I didn't want to, though, because I didn't understand how somebody who was getting paid to understand or being paid to pretend to care about me would actually produce a meaningful outcome. I was probably 11 or 12, max 12, and I'm pretty sure I was 11 during this. So I go in there, and you know, she's this heavy-set white lady, swears up and down, and mind you, she was already.
Okay, she can't. This individual needs more therapy. She cannot stay on a conscious line of thought, and that's not her fault. It's not her fault. She has got like. She's on her knee on the toilet. I think she's sitting on it. Yeah, she's gone through it. She has been through it, man. She has been through the fucking meat grinder. The fact that she's even this coherent is a testament to her strength. But she is literally like, hey man, just go ahead and put the fucking data port in the back of your head, and I'll put the one in mine, and just be the fucking Neo and just hit me. Just upload all of your, just so I can sort through it.
Fed a false narrative by the narc, right? And so, and that's what's so dangerous about therapy when you're a child under your narcissistic parents, because the therapists just eat that shit up. Like, of course they're gonna believe the parent, you know what I mean? So I was already fucked, but like I said.
Okay, and then here's the bias. I don't want to hear from anybody. I don't want to hear from anybody but the client. Notice I don't say the word patient. I don't use the word patient because I wouldn't have had patients. I would have had clients. If I'd finished my credentialing, I would have just had clients. I would have been under the supervision of a doctor. I was just going to be a counselor. But I disagree with the idea that, and I see peers do this and people that are supposed to be teaching me. They want to hear from the parent before they hear from the child. They want to hear from the parent before they hear from the client. Then why the fuck do you think the client is ever gonna want to open up to you? Oh, thanks for dropping your kid off. Come with me. Nope, you stay in the lobby. I don't feel comfortable you talking with my kid without me in the room. Well, it was on all the paperwork. If you don't feel comfortable with me speaking to your female child, one of my female associates will be in the room, but you won't be. Well, I'm not going to let you see my child. Okay, cool. And the moment you walk out the door, there's my DCFS fucking mandated reporter shit going into DCFS. On this date at this time, I attempted to meet this child name. The parent would not allow me to speak to the child without the parent present. I offered to have a same biological sex / identified gender as the child in the room, and the parent left. There is something going on. Well, you can't do that because of fucking patient confidentiality. No, incorrect. I'm a mandated reporter. Not only can I do that, I must do that.
I had that mindset where I didn't understand how somebody who was getting paid to pretend to understand me was gonna help. So she swears up and down that nothing I say is going to, you know, go back to my dad, that like it's safe, that like it's fine, you could talk to me, like just what's up going on with you? Again, I'm 11 and I'm violently assaulted all the time. And so this is all I said to this lady. This is all I said. All right, you ready? I told her that she was overweight, and I told her that she gets paid to pretend to understand my feelings. So this white woman gets on the phone immediately, calls my dad, and I get beat the fuck up more. So I really appreciate you therapists, especially you white ones. You guys, ooh, any chance you get to play fucking victim. If you couldn't handle a child saying that to you, like, oh, Jesus Christ. I can't even imagine you in your personal life. I hope that.
So as you can see, I use this, I deliberately chose this one. She is, she's been through the ringer, man. This is one of the only times I'm ever going to say, I understand the racism. I understand the racism. That right there, her story, I understand her racism. 11 years old, fat white woman, sold her out to her abusive father, and she got the shit kicked out of her. 11-year-old is going to make that connection.
That lady overdosed on fucking sugar and is somewhere in a hole. You are a deplorable fucking human being. Now,
Oh my God, somebody that used the word deplorable in the right context. I'm so impressed.
again, you guys are thinking I'm being unusually cruel. No, what was unusually cruel was promising me that I could say whatever I want. And I tested that, right? I tested it. It wasn't true. None of it's true. The system's a fucking lie. It's all narcissistic abuse. That's my point. What that woman did was get me abused. I was there because I was being abused. And she was already fed a false narrative by my dad. But I was the problem. I had problems. If my problems consist of a kid calling someone fat, I don't think that every kid does that. Every single fucking kid does that.
I don't.
Like,
I never did.
No. Anyway, so the point is, too, was why I stitched this woman, is because therapy isn't going to fix anything. I didn't need a therapist, by the way, at the time.
Okay, this is the part where I shut her down because she believes that therapy isn't going to solve everything. By the way, just so you know how important narcissism is, Antisocial Borderline Narcissistic Workbook. This is all the cluster B personality disorders, because that's kind of what I focused in. Domestic abuse and narcissistic abuse. And narcissistic abuse is a completely different cycle of abuse. Did her dad actually beat her the fuck up or spank to discipline her? I don't know. Based on having seen other videos of hers, I am going to go with he beat the fuck out of her. Based on, you see her mannerisms when she talks, she can't control her torso. She can't control her extremities. She can't conjugate a single sentence. She can't have a continuous line of thought. She definitely is suffering from large amounts of anxiety and trauma. She definitely, because you can always tell the people that check the boxes of trauma and people who are checking the boxes of trauma. Like, for example, what people don't understand when you take a psychological exam, and this is hard for some people to understand. So here's your 1, here's your 2, here's your 3, your 1, here's your 2, here's your 3. If you're testing for a trauma and you give somebody a standardized test, all the people that score in here, right? All the people who score in here, they have whatever you're testing for. The people who score down here and the people who score down here do not. These people simply don't. These people are faking. Now, when you're outside of 3 standard deviations of a test, what that means is the number of people that have ever been diagnosed with this condition and validated, 2 of 100,000 had as many characteristics as you do. 2 out of a million. 1 out of 10 million. A lot of people, what happens is they answer questions and they're trying to over-identify. Anybody down here on the left side, they don't. Even some of the people here are going to be no's. It's just how it is. These people are yeses. These people are probables. The further out you get, the answer is no, they don't have it. And when people are like, well, how does the test do that? Well, the MMPI will ask the same question 7 times, but it asks it in different ways. I always feel terrible. Well, if you say, so let me use that one. I'm tracking 7 questions. The question is true, false. I always feel terrible. True. Well, guess what? All 7 other answers, all 7 other versions of that question must be true. If even one is over here, unless this one is the always one, if the always one is there, the other 6 must be there. Or you have a mismatch. And that's what the MMPI spits out. It says often yes, sometimes yes, always no. Well, people get it in their head when they're trying to fake the test. They're like, well, if I don't say always, they're going to say I don't have the condition. Well, that's not the fucking diagnostic criteria. The diagnostic criteria is more than 50%. More than 50%. This patient reports more than 50% of their days are bad days. That's when you go into the DSM-5 and you start looking at criterion B through whatever, somewhere in there, it will say this criteria. The other thing is this. Just because on that question, it'll be like a flow chart. Criterion B is 50% or more bad days. If yes, go to D. If no, go to C. Then you go to C and you look at it. What does it say for C? Okay, you follow the dot, trick. You get to the end of it, it's like yes, or you get to the end of it and it's no. That's why I appreciate a person who has a lot of trauma getting on TikTok and talking about it. The dangerous part is when you start saying therapy can't work. Look, if you're an 11-year-old kid and you called your therapist a fat fuck and you got the shit beat out of you, you're of course going to be jaded about therapy. Of course you are. That girl has she's got the whole fucking freight train of issues. Could she benefit from therapy? Probably not. Could she benefit from counseling? Yes. What's the difference? Counseling is when you go to talk to somebody you trust. Therapy is when you go to talk to somebody you pay. Why does therapy not work as a cornerstone? Because what does the therapist want? To keep you in therapy.
Therapy doesn't really.
It does work. But it doesn't work if you're hungry. I love this one. I love when people have a degree in something and they still are sexist.
Not to lead into gender essentialism, but I truly don't believe that the average male mind, at least on TikTok, knows what it's like to be intellectually stimulated or have like academic passions and interests.
You have a degree in gender studies, and yet you're going to make what amounts to a sexist, bigoted, ignorant statement. Your dream is to major in gender studies. You shouldn't major in gender studies. She should not get her undergraduate in gender studies based on the ignorant, bigoted, sexist shit that just came out of her mouth. She should go into psychology, sociology, and then when she gets through all of that, she should get a master's in gender studies. Because I bet you if she did a double bachelor's in sociology, psychology, she would get to the point where she realizes, number one, a degree in gender studies is fucking useless. I know the trans community doesn't like me because I'm actually a cis white male who knows more about gender studies than most of the people in their movement. They don't like when I agree with the top point, but I can dissect down. Look, everybody who's been a social scientist for like 50 years. It's sad how many people want to major in gender studies and think like that because it's no wonder people think gender studies is for sexist women. Ding, 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 ding. Because social sciences going back almost to the very creation of social sciences, has always said that biological sex is different than gender identity, and even gender identity is cultural. Even gender identity is cultural. What is masculine and what is feminine varies culture to culture. Not every culture has the same idea of what a strong man looks like. Look, I understand that in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to my Celtic Irish brethren, I am not the guy standing at the front of the shield wall. I'm the guy wearing the nice clothes behind him, counting the pay. I get that. And that people are like, "Oh, you're small," and I'm the smallest of the brothers. I am tiny compared to my family. My nephews are all fucking 6'4" or bigger. I'm okay with that. I'm the guy in the back. Why? My brain is my strength. Gender identity is by definition cultural. Its definition was built on a cultural identity lens. Yes, exactly. Exactly. What is masculine? What is feminine? Like this whole thing that we got going on right now with people, with guys calling other guys beta. What? Who the fuck thought that that was who the fuck thought that was a great idea? What? Because of alpha wolves? Because of alpha wolves? Is that where you get your idea? I want to remind people that one of the strongest animal communities on the planet are insects. They're run by a woman. Elephants are run by matriarchal herds. Do you ever think about the fact that one bad study about wolves spawned untold amounts of bioessentialist propaganda and deranged erotica? Yep. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Because the alpha thing isn't even real. Well, the alpha thing is real, but not to the way that people understand it. Because people always think the alpha leads from the front of the pack. The alpha is the fucking guy at the back of the pack. The alpha leads from behind. Yeah, the people who made that study later spoke out to discredit themselves. Right. The alpha is the guy in the back. The alpha is the strongest who watches the back of the pack. In America and European, masculinity is often based on muscles and a masculine appearance like beard and chest hair. In Asia, they often find those traits bad. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Which is why we have people that don't understand culture. For example, I got a great story about Japan. Anybody that knows Japanese culture will be able to tell you if I'm telling the truth or not. I went to Japan as a marketing director. And while I was there, I had 3 or 4 people with me. And every day, being an Irish guy, it was really killer for me because I wanted to go in and I wanted to work. I'm a worker. I want to go in, I want to work, I want to get up to my elbows. And in Japan, my staff understood Japanese culture. So I'd roll in at about 9 o'clock in the morning. They've already been there. I walk in, I laugh, I go over to their big boss, and he and I are talking and laughing and, having a good time. And then we go to a conference room, and then I sit there kind of like this. Saki, what? Saki? No, I wasn't the loud American. I was the boss. I was their boss. So, like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock, just sleeping in the conference room. Their big boss is across the table from me, sleeping in the conference room. He wakes up. Sake. The club. The girls. Oh, wait, what we doing? Because that's their culture. The bosses don't work. They work, but they're not Irish, Western. I'm going to get up to my elbows in it. So then we were good. We had all the storyboards designed for all the commercials that were going to be shot. My team and I flew home. Tried to tell my boss, said, look, when we go over there, you either need to be the boss, or you need to let them know I'm the boss. Because the way you work is going to offend them. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, you're supposed to go over there and you're supposed to party and you're supposed to do these things. You're not supposed to be a worker. Because if you're a worker, you're not the boss. And he didn't get it. And he nearly blew the fucking contract. Because he wanted to sit at his head of the table. And then so I was laughing with the boss. The boss was like, I thought you were the boss. And I was like, well, he's my boss. And he's not a very good boss. And we're just sitting there fucking like he's not a very good boss. He's like, is he going to come out with us tonight? I'm like, no, he's not going to come out with us tonight. I bet you he's not. I bet you I'll come out with you. Then when they came to America, I treated them the way they wanted to be treated. The boss, 9 o'clock in the morning. My boss is like, 9 o'clock in the morning? What the hell? That's like 5 hours into my workday. Like, he ain't getting up at fucking 4 in the morning, man. He ain't getting up here at 4. Because he and I are going to be we're going to be shutting down the club at 4. If we roll in here at 4, we're going to come in here smelling like fucking stripper glitter and fucking booze. We'll be in by 9. Well, when my boss finally caught up with it, yes, if the boss is working, it means us workers are doing a shit job. That is exactly it. That is saving face. If the boss has to do your job for you, the boss doesn't need you. If I can do your job, then my boss doesn't need me to be doing this job because I'm doing your job. I should fire you and just do your job. Then my boss should fire me and demote me back to your Yes. Yes, that is it. Yes. Same reason some people get offended by tips. Yes, absolutely. Why are you tipping me? I get paid to do this job. It was amazing to me because all it was is it's a cultural thing. Americans are almost allergic. Now, what's the Mickey Mouse effect? I wonder if I know this by a different name. I actually don't know that one. Unless are you talking about the amateur thing? I'm kind of a little lost on what you're the amateur, like the cheap, poor quality, or is it something else? Because I don't know that. I mean, I know the cheap, poor quality, but I don't know that particular one. He said, if you saw Mickey Mouse walking down the street, of course you want to take pictures with him and of him, but that does not mean they want to. Okay, got you. Got. Okay, I follow now. Yes, and that's where cultural insensitivity comes in. That's where cultural insensitivity comes in, and a lot of American men. Those of you that are new here, you've never heard my problem with Americans. Here's my problem with Americans, real quick, and I'm not going to draw the people right here. In high school, you have the high school slut, and the bad boy is trying to sleep with the high school slut, and the good girl is trying to sleep with the bad boy, and the good boy is trying to get with the good girl. But then as they get older and they become adults, the good boy is looking for peers of his level in a woman, but the good girl is trying to find a good boy because she's usually got at least one piece of baggage. And the bad boy is now Tommy Toolbox, who works as a mechanic, and the slut is generally trying to get anybody she can because she usually has 1 or 2 or even 3 follow-alongs. This is where American schools and American teenage culture specifically fucks everybody's perspectives up later on down the road. The kid that's popular in high school doesn't ever get that ingrained sense of, I need to do better. And I mean, yes, I know there's other demographics. That's a very simple 4-step demographic. But the guy in high school who gets laid all the time doesn't learn how to be a man's man. He learns how to be a boy's man. The guy who never gets laid in high school It happens to gifted kids too. It does. The kid who never gets laid in high school, he works on understanding women. If you saw Revenge of the Nerds, this is a really great example. Why are nerds better in bed than jocks? Because all jocks ever think about is sports and all nerds ever think about is sex. It's a really great alignment for thought process. We have a fucked up society. We raise boys in this idea called the toxic man box. We raise men in this toxic man box where if you cry, there's all these derogatories. I can't do this very well on Twitch because I have to moderate my tone. But my father was like the strongest man I ever knew. My father was the strongest guy. Everything. My father was my hero, as every father should be to his son. My father was my hero. I wanted to be my dad when I grew up. And my dad wanted me to be better. The first time I ever saw my father break down and lose his shit, my mom died in the house. My mom had cancer. Instead of putting her in a hospital, we did hospice care for her. The night my mom died, my father gave me a hug. And at first I thought, my father and I aren't huggers. We never were huggers. Hug my mom all the time, never hug my dad. My father gave me a hug. And at first, now you got to keep in mind, I'm 5'11", he was 6'3". So that's an awkward, I was 125 pounds. He was 200. So at first I'm giving my dad a hug. I was I didn't need a hug. I don't really, what's going on? I realized at that moment in reflection, my dad wasn't hugging me because he thought I needed a hug. My father was giving me a hug because he needed a hug. And I remember that man, I remember holding that man's weight up because his legs went out from under, that's his wife. His wife just died. I didn't think about that for a long time. Most men put on a brave face and they never cry. Look, man, that's your fucking wife. I just happen to have a more fucked up, morbid outlook of life. I grieved my mother when I found out she had stage 4 small cell lung cancer. I'd already grieved my mom. That's a death sentence. There's no coming back from stage 4 small cell lung cancer. You're fucking dead. I found out in January, February. I grieved in January, February. Every day with my mom was a blessing. My dad, however, and my mom were fighting it till the end. Chemotherapy, radiation, experimental treatments, be a fucking guinea pig. Not me, man. If I find out I have stage 4 lung cancer, I'm just going to be fuck it. I'm going to be Jason Statham and crank. Be can you give me an infusion pump just full of dopamine and fucking crack? I don't know. Whatever. Fucking painkillers. But we don't tell men it's okay to have emotions. Men's emotional range is supposed to be anger and rage. Men are supposed to fight the bear. And then we wonder why men are one-sided. And then when men do open up, women make fun of them. Have you ever noticed, you probably know a guy from your childhood? You probably know a good guy. You probably do. You probably know one or two of these good guys that were married and they got taken advantage of by a terrible woman. And he lost half of everything. And now he's got a small little house, just enough for him. And he's got a dog. I thought he was a good guy. He is a good guy. He's just too afraid to let anybody in because he's afraid he's going to get hurt again. He's going to be paying off that fucking house that he got with his wife. He's going to be paying child support. I've heard the phrase man keeping. Yep. Used it. I've heard it used in a couple of different contexts. But yeah. But there's women who are mad at men because they don't date. They don't date because they were mistreated. And women can't get behind the idea. They're like, well, why is that man judging every woman? For the same exact fucking reason that you judge every man. Women make broad sweeping statements about men. I think if you're the type of man who uses the term beta You're not a man, you're a boy. The most neglected topic in the world is men's psychic health. Psychological health? Or are we going a different direction? Because I agree with you on psychological health. If you psychic, like psyche, then I agree with you. The care and treatment of the psyche, yeah. Because men aren't told what's acceptable. Boys look at the men in their lives. Oh, okay, gotcha, no problem. Boys look at the men in their world and they emulate that behavior. It's why I say the most dangerous thing in the world is a boy who's raised in a household where the dad is domestically abusive. Because a boy raised in a household where the dad is domestically abusive, the Duluth model says has an 86% chance of becoming a domestic abuser. That number only reduces if the dad is also abusing the son. But if the dad doesn't ever hurt his boy, and I don't mean physically, I mean emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, financially, there's a lot of ways to hurt somebody. If the dad never turns that against the boy, then the boy replicates the violence. Raise a person in violence, they will learn violence. No violence, enact violence. Yeah, become violence. I remember a long time ago, shit, man, this is 30 years ago now. I was driving with my girlfriend, the one that I still love to this day. I was driving and a bee flew in the car. A bee flew in the car. And my girlfriend had said something completely fucking off the wall bonkers. We weren't having a fight. I was just like, what the fuck you mean by that? But the bee flew in the car and I brought my hand back because I'm allergic. I brought my hand back and she curled into a fucking ball in the passenger seat of the car. And I pulled, whoa, what the fuck's, what's going on? And she was like, I thought you were going to hit me for what I said. And again, I didn't know I was neurodivergent until I was 40. So I can still remember that exact moment. I'd be like, the fuck you mean you thought I was going to hit you? I was like, I don't hit women. And she's like, well, my father hits me. The fuck? What? Excuse me? What'd you just say? Because it sounded like you said your dad hits you. Yeah, my dad hits me. All right, I don't know what we're about to do, but I'm about to take that up to a higher authority. And that higher authority was my father. And I said to my father, I said, yeah, XYZ's dad is hitting her. And my dad was like, get your coat and get your brothers. And we paid a visit while she stayed with my mom. And we paid a visit. And that visit was, if you ever put your hands on your daughter again and then this family finds out about it, don't ever put your fucking hands on your daughter again. I still love her to this day. She could call me right now and tell me I need you in Chicago. Everybody that knows me knows that's the get a moving call. I need you in Chicago. That's it. That you can hang up after that. That's all I need to know. Grab my bag, grab my t-shirts, boxers, socks, other things out of the safe, and then I'm in the car. I'm in the car northbound. I'm 4.5 hours from Chicago. I'll make it in 3. I'm expecting a phone call. Where am I going? There's a handful of people on the planet. That's just to get a moving call. My kids, same thing. If you're in trouble, call me. Tell me where to get going. If you have to make other calls. My daughter was in a car accident. Called her mom. I was in a car accident and this guy's yelling at me. Where are you? I'm here and here. Your father's on his way. As I got close, called her. Where are you? I'm within a 4-block radius. Where are you? I can't find you. I don't run around like doing this you're a beta shit. That shit's gotta go. That shit, that mentality, we gotta get rid of that out of our fucking society. That shit's gotta go. Let's see. What else we got?
So we have an almost 25% unemployment rate. There are considerably less open jobs than there are people who need them. The cost of groceries and food all across the board is up about 20%. Americans have the most credit card debt and the most people defaulting on that debt ever in history. People can't afford their housing. They can't afford their car payments. And more importantly, there's like virtually no way out of this situation. Unless like some weird miracle happens, what is going to happen? We know for a fact that this is going to get worse because the Trump administration essentially attacked the farm community when they did what they're doing to immigrants in this country.
Okay, I'm going to stop her right there. Because she was on a roll at the beginning. Life is rough right now. Life is rough. Life is very, very, very rough right now. And here is the uncomfortable part. Here is the part that nobody wants to hear. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I am not, I am not a conservative. I am not a liberal. I am in the middle. She is absolutely right across the board. The American economy is on the verge of collapse. And the reason why the American economy, it was rough the last couple of years of the Biden years. Absolutely. But you remember that phrase that they were using when they were going to raid Area 51? And they said they can't get us all. If everybody starts foreclosing on their houses, they can't stop us all. Everybody wanted this $15 an hour minimum wage. And if you remember years ago when I came back to streaming during COVID and I saw Bernie Sanders' plan, it was the only way to get the budget passed was to give everybody $600 a week in unemployment, which equates to $15 an hour. What I said was, this is a bad fucking idea. I said, this is a bad fucking idea because as an economist, I understand that raising wages causes unchecked inflation. Because I understand, despite the fact that I want to scream and pout and scream and shout about corporate greed is always going to exist. Corporate greed is always going to exist. Guys up the road are on a strike against Boeing. Boeing doesn't give a shit. Boeing doesn't care. Neither does the rest of the union. The guys at one facility are striking. Boeing doesn't give a shit. Eradicating corporate greed is like eradicating hunger. It'd be great if you could, but you can't. Here's the problem with people. There is no corporate greed. There is no such thing as corporate greed. A corporation is a piece of paper. It doesn't have any feelings. A corporation can be charged with a crime. A corporation cannot be charged with murder. Because a part of proving murder is proving intent. You can charge a corporation as an entity with homicide, negligent homicide. You can charge a corporation as an entity with reckless endangerment. But if you want to charge a corporation with murder, you can't. Because a corporation can't have intent. People can have intent. The problem in the USA is not choosing the president. The whole system is corrupted and no one from the two parties is going to change that. Correct. The problem is the rest of the world is now starting to figure out that as democracy falls in America, democracy falls around the world. Because democracy only exists around the world because Uncle Sam, who is the beacon of freedom, Uncle Sam is the uncle who carries a walking stick who protects democracy. As America democracy fails, so does the rest of the world. Because democracy is a terrible form of government. But people have been convinced that democracy is a great form of government. If you're not aware of why democracy is a terrible form of government, it's because democracy is the law of the majority, and it literally, by virtue, you put all of your effort into democracy, you put all of your belief and all of your support and hope that you're never the minority. When you have a king, it's easy to see who the enemy is. It's the king. When you have nobles and peasants, it's easy to see who the enemy is. It's the nobles. The best form of government would be a benevolent dictator. Abso-fucking-lutely. The best form of government would be a benevolent dictator. Democracy is the worst form of government except all the others that have been tried. Actually, a benevolent dictatorship is better than democracy. We only have two problems with benevolent dictatorships. Number one, people have been taught. The problem is there are no benevolent dictators. It's too unstable. No, there's lots of benevolent dictators. There's lots of them. The problem is when they finding their replacement. As I've said, I would be a great benevolent dictator. I would be an amazing fucking benevolent dictator. Why? Because I hate everybody equally. I don't have time to divvy up people into why I hate them. I don't hate you based on race or color or creed or religion. I hate you because you're fucking stupid. Yeah, Julius Caesar. He was a great Caesar. Julius was a great Caesar. Who's the only other Caesar you probably know? Nero. He was a fucking lunatic. I have said this completely. I would be a benevolent dictator. I'd be a great one. I would fix the fucking problems of the world. None of my children should be looked at to be my replacement. Not because I don't believe in a bloodline, but because not a single one of my children is benevolent. Not even the 12-year-old. I already know from the... You know, like when you play CK3 and you see your kid's childhood traits pop up? My 12-year-old would be an amazing fucking fascist dictator. She would be a terrible benevolent dictator. She's 12. Her personality traits, oh, I wouldn't want her. Because she would just be like, if you dissent too much, I'll just get rid of you. The issue is, I'm going to spend the rest of my life screaming at the top of my lungs. Here's the problem with benevolent dictators. Any money spent on the populace that aren't police, military, and taxmen is money that can be promised to police, military, and taxmen to work for someone else instead. No, that's you're missing the point. It's a benevolent dictatorship. You're only focusing on the dictatorship. It's a benevolent dictatorship. I have all the money. It's a dictatorship. There is no other surplus money because I have it all. It's all mine. You have what you need. You have the material things you need. You have food. You have a... Yes, benevolent dictators get disposed by people who want... No, because there haven't been true benevolent dictatorships. That's the piece you're missing. We've had benevolent dictators that have actually been oligarchies. Because generally a dictator needs other people. And it's not necessarily that they want to be... They just want to be the guy in the chair. They want to be the guy in the chair because they think they have a better plan. The problem isn't a benevolent dictator. The problem is we've never had an actual effective one. Just like we've never had an effective socialist government. A socialism government. We have socialist governments. We've never had a true socialism government. We've never had a true communism government. If you have a true dictatorship, you have one guy with all the power and nobody challenges him because he's doing right by all the people. But then we get into the fact of you have to understand the human nature. Government only exists because people want to have safety and security. Communism is too unstable. There's a paradox in communism that nobody ever wants to talk about because they want to believe that this fictitious government could exist. This fictitious government can never exist. AI can Here's the problem with AI. And I think, Salty Bread, I think you're the one who did this. I think you're the one who went onto the other screen and did it. If you ask AI right now to solve the problems of the world, it will tell you to kill a third to half of the population of the planet. And unfortunately, as a human, the solution to the problem of the planet right now is to kill 1/3 to half of the population. I think we're going to see a third of the planet die. You probably will. And I am not calling for violence against anybody. But I think very quickly, if the LGBT community doesn't put a handle on the T's, you're very quickly going to see 99% turn against 1%. And I'm not calling for that to happen, but I'm saying, look at fucking history, and all you are is you are at the same precipice that your community has been at multiple times in history. We are due for another population collapse. I believe, forthright and honestly, that COVID was the planet's population collapse, and if left unchecked, COVID would have killed more people. But because we have so much medicine now, people didn't learn from the last one. If COVID had killed 8% of the world's population, but you see, what people don't get, and it hurts my soul. Oh my God, the US birth rate is down. Yeah, and? Oh my God, we're in a population crisis. The fuck is wrong with you? We're not in a population crisis. If you have only 77% of your adult population employed, we're not in a population crisis. It means we have 23% more people than we need. You only need to have a true genetically diverse population. You can rebuild the species easily with 100,000 people. You can do it with less, but if you want a true diverse, oh yeah, we're going to lose 90% of our population. Why? Because of the way we do things, of how we do things. Look at how many healthcare workers got sick during COVID. Look at how many hospitals had to turn away patients because they didn't have enough medical staff to run the hospital. Well, what the fuck do you think is going to happen when we get the next thing that's contagious and lethal? We're going to lose all our fucking doctors. It's because we as a society have spent too much time on the could and not enough time on the should. Back in my mom's generation, my dad's an immigrant, so he breaks the model. But in my mom's generation, we very rarely ever ventured more than 30 miles from home. In fact, we only ever ventured, growing up, we very rarely, this was our house, this was my grandparents' house. We very rarely ventured in the same size concentric circle away this way from the house as we did this way. We are not supposed to have 8 billion people on this planet. The planet can support more than 8 billion people. We're not supposed to have 8 billion people on this version of this planet. Because we've been fighting over resources for the last 200 years. But this planet can support 25 billion people. But before we can do that, we need to stop building subdivisions on farmland. We need to stop having only 2 crop rotations a year. I'm going to take this one real quick as a quick brain relax. Hey, Jalon, stop to say hi after seeing you covered Ashes of Creation again. Unfortunately, they seem to be insanely mismanaged, and it's a shame as they seem to be a good non-pay-to-win MMO on paper, but the execution has been terrible. I got a little bit more. I knew this information earlier in the year. Actually, I think it was last year. I don't remember. I don't have a hard copy Ashes folder on my desk anymore. If you didn't know this, they now have a chief financial officer who has worked at a company that has been multiple times investigated for pyramid schemes, customer fraud, and that's who Steven hired to be their new chief financial officer. I knew this information. I didn't do anything with it because at the time I didn't give a shit. I think everybody needs to be really, really careful about giving Intrepid Studios any more money. I have done a Freedom of Information request about some of their loans, because since that community decided to poke the sleepy bear, the sleepy bear is awake. No, Ashes of Creation is total dog shit. It's total dog water. It's absolute dog water. I don't think that team has the talent they need to make that project happen. My personal prediction is that the reason we're going to see 90% of the population die is that in the world, because AI will automate all our jobs and free us to do whatever we like, and if you don't work, you don't deserve to eat. Let me address that. I concur with the idea that if you don't work, you don't deserve to eat. Foot stomp. Let's define what work is. I think that if you don't get up and benefit society, and you have the ability to get up and benefit society, then society owes you nothing. I am against the idea of a universal basic income because capitalism is not designed to have a universal basic income. I'm against the idea of socialist programs because they breed interdependency on those programs. Before we can move forward, we need to radically change education in America because, and no offense, the average American is too fucking stupid to have conversations about any important topics: politics, economics, sociology, cultural anthropology, gender studies. The average American can give you statistics on their favorite sports team, but they have no idea what the social contract is. They have no idea what their natural rights are. They have no idea that the Constitution doesn't refer to due process to citizens. They say shit like citizens didn't exist when the Constitution was written, and yet the word citizen appears 5 times in the Constitution. How many people have any real value towards advancing our species? Isn't that the billion-dollar question right there? That's the billion-dollar question. Right now, I would say, if we're lucky, 8 million out of 8 billion people have any value. One change I would like: if you registered as a drug user, you would waive your right for healthcare. I agree with you, but I'll go a step further. If you are obese, you forfeit all other healthcare other than obesity-related issues. And by obesity-related issues, I mean weight loss. If you are having pain in your feet and you're obese, if you miss an appointment at the gym or at the nutritionist, then you waive the right to any other healthcare until you lose weight. $1 trillion a year is spent battling obesity-related issues in America. 75% of all medical appointments are obesity-related health appointments. We would go further with mass population reduction as long as the right leader's in place to decide. And hold on, I'll swing by and then I'll get back to that one. Capitalism is not designed for a universal basic income, but if we get an AGI revolution, the world will either need to adopt a generous UBI, blanket outlaw automation, or execute 90% of its citizens. I don't see another choice. And if you can't finance a universal basic income, many people will die. No, they won't. You need to expand your thinking. You do not need a UBI for people to live. You're confusing a universal basic income with a basic access to necessities. I do not need to give you, doesn't matter if there's no jobs. It doesn't matter if there's no jobs. I don't need to give you a basic income. I need to provide your basic needs. The problem we know happens is we've tried to fix the basic needs problem in America by giving people money. And we know, documented factually, they're not spending that money the way it should be, because we know for a fact there are people who take their WIC card, their Women, Infants, and Children card, or they take their SNAP benefits, they buy certain things, they give those things to the person that wants them, and then that person gives them cash. And then they take the cash and they buy drugs, or they buy the other things they want. That would be a lot different if we didn't allow that to happen. But you'll never stop that from happening because there's just shitty people. I played around with a police force that was a mixture between Judge Dredd and Dexter, and the results were really positive. Well, I'll give you a great example, because this is where we would need a leader that's the right person to decide. I did a video talking about how what the United States Navy did was a violation of the 11 Venezuelans' due process. And I've talked a lot about what ICE is doing is a violation of illegal immigrants' due process. And it sickens me as a social studies teacher, how many people don't understand the Constitution. Somebody said criminals don't get due process protections. Hey, dumb fuck. Only criminals get due process protections, because amendments 4, 5, 6, and 8 don't go into place until you are accused of a crime or suspected of a crime. You have to walk around a lot worrying about your Fifth Amendment rights? No, you only have to worry about that when you're on the police's radar. The issue is we have a society that is ignorant by choice. We have a society of people that would rather argue with people with the knowledge than people. Isn't due process the only part of the U.S. Constitution? No, it's every part. There are only 5 places in the organic Constitution and 11 places total where the word citizen is used. The word citizen is only used in 11 places. Every other place it says persons or people. This is what I like about people. I like people who come and they ask a question. So this guy asked me a question, and he said on my YouTube video, and I really like when people do this. This is why I make the videos. What's it say about coming into the country illegally? Being illegal and committing crime. What's the law say? 8 USC 1325, improper entry by an alien. For the first commission of such offense, be fined under Title 18 or imprisoned not more than 6 months. You know what it doesn't say? It doesn't say they can be executed in international water. I love what the person said. The person actually came back and they said, I spoke before I actually knew the entire story you were telling, and I pulled the rug from underneath my own feet. That's an adult right there. That's an adult. That's an adult that says, I spoke thinking I had a gotcha moment. I didn't know. I didn't know that it was covered. Now I know. we have too many people that, first of all, we have too many people that know they're wrong and they're insufferable because they want to be insufferable. Unfortunately, a lot of them are our politicians. Unfortunately, our politicians are insufferable to be insufferable. We have people. Do I have? I don't know if I have him queued up. I might have deleted him. Yeah, we have this guy, the mayor of Minneapolis.
As mayors and as community members, we are asking for a statewide and a federal ban on assault weapons.
Okay. Again, tell me how a ban on assault weapons is going to stop the problem. Unless you can give me the actual rationale, an assault weapon is a rifle that can accept a detachable magazine that has 2 of the 5 following characteristics: pistol grip, telescoping sight, a bayonet mount, a flash suppressor or a rifled barrel that can accept a flash suppressor, or a grenade launcher. A fucking grenade launcher. Did we really have to put that in the assault weapons explanation? Are there a lot of fucking grenade launcher attacks in America that I'm not aware of? Look, it's a dumb fucking bullshit way to write a law. If you want to talk about, we don't want, you can have a grenade launcher attachment and it's not an assault weapon. Yep. As a Norwegian, I would say ban all weapons that is excessive as a hunting weapon. Sure, let me bring that up to you. First of all, just so we're all clear, that's not an assault rifle. That right there isn't an assault rifle. That's an AR-15 without a pistol grip. So even if you go through all the bullshit to pass an assault weapons ban, I'm still going to be able to have that. And because of the nature of that weapon, to become comfortable with it, your proficiency is going to be far more deadly. Second of all, let's start taking away assault weapons so that we can be exactly where England is right now, where they're having arrests due to not having freedom of speech. Not to put too fine of a point on it, I stand behind the idea. As a Brit, I would actually work on banning all weapons that are weaker than a hunting weapon. I think the number one attribute to make a weapon useful for crime is concealability. Really? You think I can't conceal that in my trench coat? Because I'll tell you this, as a teenager, I walked around with a fucking sword in my trench coat. I'm gonna ban trench coats next? But it's something wrong. We got multiple countries in the EU where we've got more guns than people and no shootings happen. You're right. Thank you for proving the point that it's not the gun. It's not the gun. I'll tell you what, when my kids weren't home, before I had children, I would walk in from work, I would put my gun on the counter, because I knew there were no kids there, and I was hungry, so I wanted to cook right away. So I'd take my gun out, I'd put it on the counter. My gun never walked off and shot anybody. I lived in a shitty neighborhood. I had a loaded shotgun behind the door. My shotgun never decided to go for a stroll and commit a homicide. But I'm thankful as fuck I had the shotgun there when a couple of assholes were kicking down the front door. And so I opened the door, and as the first one stumbled in, his buddy was face to face with a fucking double barrel shotgun. Ban trench coats. It's been too long since the 3 midgets have been able to get into the movie for a price of 1. What we have here, why does Europe have less shootings than America? Less guns. That doesn't mean you have less crime. And I get what people are saying. I totally get what people are saying. You couldn't have mass shootings if you didn't have guns. Absolutely. When was the last time you heard of an American getting arrested for freedom of speech violation? I saw that the transgender community over the weekend was all excited because the NRA came out in support of transgender rights to own a firearm. And I'm waiting for the fucking brain cells to catch up. The NRA doesn't give a shit about you being transgender. The NRA gives a shit. The NRA. Didn't someone get arrested at the airport in America for having a JD Vance meme? No. If they did, they were a foreigner coming in, not an American. We can't be arrested for that. They could be arrested. There might be more to the story where they got arrested for disturbing the peace, but they didn't get arrested. We can't get arrested for our freedom of speech. If he was Norwegian and he was trying to come through customs, then that's an immigration thing. But people aren't grasping the concept. The NRA isn't for trans rights. The NRA is for all people's guns rights. They don't give a shit if you're trans. And he admitted smoking weed. Oh, there you go. Now, I don't smoke weed. I have my medical marijuana card. I use weed. I haven't used it in about a month because I've been having all these blood tests, and they said if you want accurate results, stop using that shit. Do I agree with the idea of making marijuana not a controlled substance federally? Yeah, fuck it. It's weed, man. It's weed. Fuck it. The only thing weed's gonna do is make you hungry and want fucking Cheetos. Legalize that shit. Put a federal tax on it. Don't know why people are worried about weed. Young people are rotting their brains. Look, motherfucker, young people are fucking drinking their fucking asses off. And I really hate it when there's a mom and a dad talking about, yeah, I'd rather deal with a stoned person than a drunk person any day. Drunk people get violently belligerent. Stoned people, weed is honestly such a minor drug. What about magic mushrooms? Those grow in the wild here. Okay. I do not want psychedelics to be legalized. However, when it comes to psychedelics, it would be good, it would be nice, it would be convenient if there was a place that people could go and use psychedelic mushrooms safely, because I believe most people would do them once and never want to touch that shit again. But when you make something taboo, you create a lot of problems around it. Like, some parents don't like me. Yeah, you can literally go into the forest and pick some. I can too. I can literally go 150 yards that way, and they grow wild up and down the river here. They're probably not right. Yeah, they're probably there right now. Because we've had a bit of a dry spell. So they're probably all in the moist riverbed. Some of the parents don't like me. And I had to talk to some of the parents. I've had a policy. I have all daughters. Just so we're clear, I have all daughters. All of my daughters have been told from about the time they're 14, look, you're 14 years old now. You have a serious boyfriend. If you want intimate time with your boyfriend, I will create opportunities for that because I will take your mother and your sisters out of the house. But here's the deal. You're not going to have sex in your bedroom while I'm home, because if you do, I'm going to break his face. What's going to happen is I'm going to leave with your mom and your sister or your sisters, depending on which kid it was. And then I'm going to go to dinner. And I'm going to go to dinner at like one of the far places. And then afterwards, I'm going to stop by the ice cream shop, because that makes the amount of time out of the house longer. And then if I have any shit to pick up at Target or Walmart, I'm going to do that. And then since I live about 25 minutes from civilization, I'm going to call your phone when I'm on my way home. And when I get home, you will be downstairs in the living room watching TV. And if you've showered, great. I don't give a shit. But the other thing you're not going to do is be disrespectful, and I don't want the used fucking condoms on top of my fucking trash can. And then we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it. I created the opportunity. You had your 2-3 hours, whatever. We're not going to have that uncomfortable moment. But if I ever am walking around my house and I hear strange sounds coming from your bedroom and I walk in there and you're having sex, I'm going to break his fucking face and then I'm going to throw him out the second floor window. Are we all good with my rules? All of my daughters have always been all good with my rules. My youngest is not old enough to have these rules yet. Well, kids talk, and some of the parents didn't like my rule. So they came to the house and I said, what's your problem? And it wasn't any of the boyfriend's parents. It was her female friends. Well, I don't like your rule. What don't you like about my rule? Well, I don't want my daughter coming over to your house and having sex. Yeah, that's not a fucking option. That's not an option. They're like, what do you mean? I said, if that shit ever happens, my kid knows they lose their rights to that, because then there's not people in my house. Because then they're not at my house because my daughter's with me at fucking family dinner. So you don't have to worry about that. Well, I think that you're creating a situation. Hey, what's up, man? You're creating a situation where we're going to have to give our kids the same rights as you give your kid. How the fuck do you figure? I don't give a fuck what rights you give your kid. Your kid's not my kid. No amount of police going to schools and giving you a talk about drugs will ever reduce drug use as much as one bad trip. That does sound a bit excessively violent. No, that doesn't sound even nearly as excessively violent as I would be. Because if you're a boy and you're dumb enough to have sex with my daughter in my house while I'm in it, you must not like your face. Especially since you know once a week, you're going to have a couple of hours to get your rocks off. If you're dumb enough to fucking buck the system, you deserve to get your face smashed into a mirror and then thrown out a second floor window. And just so everybody knows, I have thrown a boy out by the scruff of his neck. Out the fucking door. Pants around his ankles. Out you fucking go. Because we're not having disrespectful little shits in society. Not around my kid. You want to be a fucking horn dog down the block with the fucking girl that has every STD? Do that. We ain't doing that shit around me. I wish for a ban on all drugs, but it should not be illegal to smoke weed or anything natural grows outside. It's synthetic shit that destroys a person. As a friend said to me, since the dawn of time, we look for ways to get high. Since the dawn of time, we've been looking for ways to get high, man. Remember the Native Americans? The Native Americans go on fucking vision quests in sweat lodges, and some of the tribes use some magic mushrooms to get there. They lived better lives than we do. They didn't have better lives than we did. The fuck you mean, man? What the fuck you mean? What the fuck? What? We got an iPhone. Shit. I love this quote from Indian Chief Two Eagles. Indian Chief Two Eagles was asked by a government official, "You have observed the white man for 90 years. You've seen his wars and his technological advances. You've seen his progress and the damage he's done." And Two Eagles just nodded. "Considering all these events, in your opinion, where did the white man go wrong?" The chief stared at the government official and said, "When white man find land, Indians running it, no taxes, no debt, plenty buffalo, plenty beaver, clean water. Women did all the work. Medicine man free. Indian man spend all day hunting and fishing. All night having sex." And then the chief leaned back and smiled and said, "Only white man dumb enough to think he could improve system like that." Be right back. It's true. We live in hubris. We do. We live in pride. And that's why our society doesn't get any better. Because we believe as a society, for some reason, that everything has to be equal after we've allowed the system to make people be unequal. I am tired, and this is where, what if this is all lies and we make a better world for no reason? But the problem is, ready? What's a better world? Because too many of my peers who had the same opportunities that I did didn't do shit with them. And now I'm supposed to advocate for a reset of the system because you were a lazy fuck? Work me through that. And this is where they never can. Better World is Star Trek, no doubt. Great, I agree with you. Better World is Star Trek. They had a hierarchy. They had a rank structure. It was a utopia. But people knew that some of them were peasants, some of them were leadership, and if you wanted to and you were part of the system, you could work yourself through the leadership. But if you didn't want to work, if you were Harry fucking Kim, right? You never got a promotion. We live in a fallen world. It can never be perfect, but for sure we undervalue the past ways of doing things. Yeah, the problem is, as I've said to my friends, we all grew up in the same neighborhood. We all went to private school. We all made choices. My choices took me further than most of you. One person's choices, she became a doctor. Star Trek is a post-scarcity society, not something we're poised to achieve. I mean, we could be in a post-scarcity society. We were in a post-scarcity society for a long time. The issue is, I guess one big problem is that people no longer believe that working hard gets you anywhere. No. That's bullshit. People no longer understand or accept that working hard is the only way to get you anywhere. I'm so fucking tired of all the people that are like, it's the boomers' fault, it's this fault, it's that fault. 95% of people making the argument about homeownership are arguing minimum wage versus median house price. And what they don't understand is that that problem is always going to happen because assets will always appreciate faster than wages. As I show people all the time, and then they don't like me, just because the median home price is $440,000 now, doesn't mean 50% of those homes aren't cheaper than $443,000. If you're buying a starter home that's $400,000, you aren't buying a starter home. You're skipping over what a starter home is. I lived in a starter home. I lived in a 3-bedroom, 1 bath, 1 living room, and a kitchen. That's all the space there was. I lived in a Chicago starter home. Literally a kitchen, a living room, a kitchen, and a little sliver of a spot for a dining table. A living room, 3 bedrooms, and a bath. That was it. That was the entirety of the house. My entire starter home fit on the 2nd floor of my current house. I live in a house that 5 people started off here. Now there's 3. 1,000 square feet, give or take. Anywhere between 1,000 square feet and 1,200 square feet. So whatever that is in square meters. I have a 4-bedroom house for 3 people. This office that I'm in, this is about 200 square feet in here. And directly below me, I have a 200 square foot office. My wife has a 200 square foot work area. I have a 200 square foot office. And we still have a loft, another bedroom, a huge living room. And when people say, oh, well, I can't afford. Yeah, you can't afford. But that doesn't mean that they don't exist. Hold on, I'll tell you. My current home those are the stats on my current home. So whatever that is in square meters. So, and I hate this fucking house. I really do. I really hate this. I really hate this fucking house. But, it is what it is. But yeah, people want everybody to be on their side while they whine and they cry and they piss and they moan. And then when you try to, there's a reason why Generation X was raised on tough love. Like, I got criticized by parents. I was a young parent. And one of the things I did when my little girl would fall, I would clap my hands, up, up, up. If we can get up, we're not hurt. And my kid would get up and go back to playing. And some parents came to me and they said, because I was a young parent, they said, you know, if your kid falls, you should console your kid. And I looked at it, because I was a young man, I looked at him, I said, why don't you mind your own fucking business? And I can't believe, I said, you're telling me how to parent. I didn't fucking ask you. Well, the way I treated my daughter, what? She fell, and I clapped my hands, up, up, up. If we get up, we're not hurt. Well, what if she had been hurt? Well, why the fuck didn't you ask me that? What would I have done if my kid was hurt? Then I would have taken care of my kid. My kids fall, get skinned knees, skinned palms. They get right back up and play. Other kids, they fucking cry for 3 days. And I'm not joking. Parents, you fell, you bleeding, walk it off. Are you bleeding? Rub some dirt in it. I'll clean it when we get home. I can't believe you'd say that. Yeah? That's why Generation X is immune to everything. Shotgun blast? Fucking rub some dirt in it. It's a long way from your heart. Nowadays, fuck, man. Shit. Fucking little. This isn't like a go me flex. I was playing Little League. I got hit in the ribs with a ball. I tried to walk to first. I literally couldn't. I couldn't catch my breath. I was hurt. My dad came over to the dugout and he's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, just give me an ace bandage. So I took my jersey off. I ace bandaged up my ribs. I pitched for 2 more innings. And then I finally said to the coach, I was due to come up and bat again. I said, "Are you pulling me out pitching?" He said, "Yeah." And I said, "Then drop me from the game. I'm going to go to the hospital." I'm in fucking Little League. I got to the hospital. I had a fucking broken rib. My dad was like, "Holy shit." And I was like, "Yeah." I came back to practice and I handed the coach the slip. I was like, "I can't play for 2 weeks." And he's like, "What happened?" I was like, "I broke a rib." And he's like, "You pitched for 2 innings with a broken rib?" "Yeah, fuck. Like, I didn't die. I didn't have a punctured lung or anything. Like, what the fuck am I, like, nowadays, fuck, shit, man. People don't suck it up. People don't know how to pick themselves up by their bootstraps. Not everybody can pick themselves up for their bootstraps. Yeah, not everybody can. But holy fuck. Why do we have such weak people? If you've never seen this image, this is why we have such a weak fucking society. And this is, you need to know where you're living in this society, because you need to know who to blame. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak people. Weak people create hard times. What are we living in right now? Hard fucking times. Who to blame for that? Biden, Trump, Obama. Look, I'm not saying that everything President Obama did was total dog shit, but educationally, President Obama's Department of Education had one of the worst movements. George Bush's did as well. I'm not giving Bush a pass. Race to the top. Race to the top. We know as educators, children fall into standard deviations. Race to the top. You literally race to the top. No child left behind. You want to know why public schools in America are fucking dog shit? No child left behind and race to the top. Guess what, man? You're gonna leave people behind. Statistically speaking, every society, from animals to humans, is going to leave people behind. That is natural selection. Am I advocating for dumping the sickly, the handicapped off of a cliff? No, I am not. However, when we start bullshitting and saying we need to do more inclusion, what we really need to do is we need to focus on education to say what shit works, what shit doesn't. Hey, Jennifer and John and Alina, they are doing college level calculus. We need to put them in a special class. Why? Because they're bored as fuck. We left encouraging and helping people exceed to lowering expectation and a race to the bottom. Yes. Instead of a race to the top, we had a race to the bottom. Like, for example, the cross-country team. You only can run 7 players. You only can run seven players. And 50 kids came out for the team. No, we don't need to add any more states. Adding more states will fuck it up. We don't need any more people. High school fucking cross-country team, you can only run 7 for score. 50 kids showed up. What'd they do? Put us all on a bus. They put us all on a bus. They drove us out to the forest preserves. They dropped us off at one place, and then they said, the bus is going over there. Follow this route. The top 30 people come back to tomorrow's tryouts. If you're not one of the first 30 kids on the bus, you have zero chance of making the team. I happen to know that trail. I ran that trail. I knew how fucking far that was. There were kids. Holy shit, I didn't expect to have to run 7 miles on our first. Wait, you signed up for cross fucking country and you didn't understand? You didn't understand that you had to be able to run by the first day of cross country? I think there's just different expectations in Europe versus the US in terms of living together with parents. You're right. You're right. But it's also, I think there's a big problem with people today expecting their parents. I'll say it outright. We've got a problem today of kids looking at their parents' stack of money, thinking that money is theirs. As I tell my kids all the time, fuck you, you little shits. Your mother and I are spending it. I am not leaving this shit to you. If there is some left over, it'll be divided among you accordingly. My job, I tell my kids this, I tell the kids I've raised, I tell them all the same thing. My job is to get you to 18 years old, 18 years old, healthy and educated. If you're happy, great. And if you like me, even better. But if you fucking hate me, okay, I don't give a shit if you hate me. My job is not to be liked. I'm not your fucking friend. Yeah, the reason the latest generation can't succeed is because of the boomers and Gen X. Yeah, how the fuck Gen X getting blamed for any of this shit? Gen X goes to work, works hard, wants to be left the fuck alone. Gen X didn't do anything to anybody. Gen X raised themselves. Shit. How'd I learn stuff? From the fucking neighborhood? 4:30 dinner? Talk to my father every day for at least 45 minutes at dinner? I heard from some Chinese business partners that parents buy you a house right next to them and cook for you and clean until they are old and expect you to take care of them in return. In some situations, yes. Listened. That's more accurate. Listened and asked questions. Every culture has different traditions around living with family. Right, but here's the trick to that. And I hate to use a sexist term, but most men are boys and they never man up. If my father called me right now and said, I need you up here, I'd be on my way. Because he's my father. If any of my siblings called me and said, I need you, I would be like, go fuck yourself. America's nuclear family is kind of the American dream, isn't it? No, the American nuclear family is the antithesis of the American dream. The American dream is get a high school diploma, mom and dad kick you out, and they either send you to college, send you to the military, or just plain. It was never the dream. It was never the fucking dream. The nuclear family extending was never the dream. Ever. Never, ever, motherfucking ever. Was never the dream. The nuclear family ends when you're 18. Where the fuck do you think the fucking luggage catalog joke comes from? 6 months before graduation, I give my kids the luggage catalog. Pick out whatever set you want, because that's what you get for graduation. Because you're packing your shit and you're getting the fuck out and go to college. You're packing your shit and you're getting the fuck out to go to the military. Or you don't have a fucking plan, but you're 18. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Because if you're not ready to get the fuck out by 18, I fucked up. So I'm just going to get rid of you and I'll work better with the younger ones. One of my daughters threw a fucking conniption fit a couple of years ago. She moved out. Didn't really. She was living in an apartment I was paying for. But, yeah, you're 18 with a high school diploma. Get the fuck up out my house. Because you and I have had a plan for this day. See, their graduation in my house is a big celebration. They're celebrating graduating from high school, and I'm celebrating them getting off my fucking wallet. And we're both celebrating, but only one of us is really celebrating. Because if your kid isn't ready to move the fuck out by 18, parent, you failed. You fucking failed. I want to take you back just 30 years. Just 30 years. Our parents couldn't kick us out until the beginning of college because we were only 17 when we graduated high school. What the fuck happened in just 30 years? Kids are fucking a whole year later. Like, you got to college when you were 17. It was natural for you. Now kids are like, I'm an adult. You can't talk to me that way. Oh, really, asshole? My state has a law. You can't kick your kid out at 18 if they haven't reached their natural date of high school graduation. The fuck are you talking about? This motherfucker wants to be the big dog in my house and talk shit to me? Get the fuck out, motherfucker. And I see kids treat their parents like that. Hey, Mr. Big Balls, that's how you talk to your mom? If you're the man's man, fucking pack a duffel bag and get the fuck out. If your mom is not worthy of your respect as a man, then you ain't a man, you're a boy. None of my fucking nephews, none of my nieces will ever. In your country, you can't kick them out if they're attending university. Shitty country. Terrible fucking country. Part of the reason why we've got a bunch of fucking babies in the world. If you're at university, get the fuck out of mom and dad's house. You should be living on your own in a fucking apartment. Yeah, girls want men to buy them a drink, but they also want their equal rights. Shit, man, this is fucking 24 years ago. I walked into a bar. Bar was around the corner from my house. I didn't want to drive up to mine because I wanted a drink. Yes, there's a certain irony of owning a bar and drinking at somebody else's. Went around the bar to the corner around my house. Walked up, and I was like, liquid cocaine. Looked over at the girl next to me. There was an empty bar stool and then her. Looked over at the girl next to me. I said, hey, how you doing? First words out of her mouth, I have a boyfriend. I have a math test. And she's like, what? I have a math test. I don't get it. Oh, I thought we were talking about things that we could cheat on. And I had the bartender pour me a mixed drink, a 7 and 7. And then she slides over one bar stool and she was like, so you gonna buy me a drink? I said, no, have your boyfriend buy you a drink. And she's like, I don't really have a boyfriend. I said, that sucks. Looks like you're paying for your own drinks. And then we start talking. And then when the bartender came around again, I didn't buy her a drink. And she kind of scoffed. She's like, so you're really not going to buy me a drink? I was like, I'm not going to buy you a drink. If you want a drink, buy your own drink. If you want a conversation, that's what you need me for. And she's like, so do you live around here? And I said, yeah, I have a house right around the corner. She's like, who do you live with? And I said, me. I have a house right around the corner. Look at those fucking eyes go big as saucers. Right? No, I'm not buying your fucking drink. You want to talk to me? You buy me a drink. Because we both know why we're here at the bar. You're here to get free drinks. And I'm here to go home and get laid. And if we're going to do this stupid dance, let's just fucking talk about this dance right from the very beginning. You're here for free drinks. I'm here to get laid. If we're going to turn it into transactional, let's stop fucking about with it and just make it transactional. But no, buy your own fucking drinks. I'm not buying you fucking drinks. I'm also not driving home. I'm a fucking stumble home. Yeah, I pre-drafted this contract. Just read here and sign. Thank you. But yeah, we've turned society into a transactional sort of thing. We need to stop that. We need to stop that bullshit. Look, if you're a guy and you're going to the strip club all the time, because that's the only way that you can see titties, then get a girlfriend, because she's probably going to look at you and say, oh, I didn't know you were willing to pay. Charity doesn't like you. Chastity doesn't like you. Destiny doesn't like you. That's not even her real name. That's not her real name. Those are tried and true stripper names that get them more tips. She doesn't love you. The reason why she doesn't make a fuss when you whip it out and make a mess all over is because you tip $100 on top of the private dance room fee. It's a transaction. But back to the parents. Right? Back to the parents. If you don't have a plan by 18 to get up the fuck out your parents' house, your parents failed you. I don't understand why the baby boomers are so successful. It's because they had higher minimum wage, and they had, shut the fuck up, it had nothing to do with their minimum wage, you goddamn ignorant asshole. It had to do with the fact that until 1973, we were on a fiat currency, which reduced fractional lending, which reduced the amount of money in circulation. No, contrary to popular opinion, the Fed doesn't just print extra money. It's the banks that are authorized to operate on a 90% to 10% fractional lending system. I've just taught you more education or more economics in 15 seconds than Economics 101 ever will. Stop blaming the baby boomers and their minimum wage. If minimum wage had kept up with the fucking cost of... Why the fuck are you worried about what minimum wage pays? Why are you worried about what minimum wage pays? Personally, I was out early, but I'm jealous of those who can stay. But it should be expected they are productive and contributing to the household when they are 18 and older. Yes. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. My children start paying rent when they're 18. And it goes into an account for them. And none of them have taken me up on this offer. Because I'm an asshole. And they think life outside of the dog kennel is better than inside. Guess what? $500 a month in rent, which comes with food, and your cell phone paid, and the water bill paid, that $500 goes into an account. Because can you live on $500 outside of my house? No. Then that's a small price to pay. You think that it's paying... You think that $500 a month is a lot of money. And it boils down to $17 a day. Can you get a hotel room for $17 a day? No. Can you even fucking eat for $17 a day? No. But I make you work for it. And then when you move out, lo and behold, hey, and maybe you don't get it right away when you move out. Maybe you come along and say, yeah, I'm putting it down, I'm getting a house. Oh, by the way, I have $25,000 for you. It's yours. I just have to give it to you spread across 2 years. Or, hey, I need you to go to the bank. I need you to sign this signature card. Or, it's been in an escrow account that has you on it since the time you were 5. But see, the problem is we've gone from my generation's mentality of the baby boomers. Fuck, man. I want to remind everybody, if you ever want to talk shit about Generation X, we are literally the generation that they had to say at 10 o'clock, it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Don't ever, no matter what the fucking crybaby millennials have to say, whatever the Generation Zoomer has to say, the alphas have to say, fucking, your parents had to be fucking reminded they had kids. And people are like, that's not true. And I'm like, oh, dear one. Dear one. Dear one, you don't. This was our serious no shit life. This was growing up in America.
Our most signature phrase.
It's 10 p.m.
Do you know where your children are?
I think we have the most recognizable tagline in New York television history.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Anyone who ever watched News at 10 on Channel 5 will remember it because of that statement.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Motherfucker, it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Do you know how many fucking times I would, like, my parents would fucking pop into my room and I'd be up reading or something and they'd be like, oh, you're home? The fuck you mean, yeah, I'm home? Of course I didn't say it. I thought it. What the fuck you mean, yeah, I'm home? Like, I saw you 3 hours ago. Oh, okay. Like, yes, I'm home. People want to fucking talk shit about Generation X, man. Generation X was ready to fight. Yeah, your dad worked mids, had to be home for dinner. Yeah. You say that to kids now and they lose their fucking mind. What do you mean I gotta be home for dinner? What do you mean I gotta come to the dinner table? I can put it on the floor in a bowl for you if you prefer. Like, I don't think people recognize how much the world has changed. And it hasn't changed for the better. And that's what we got to stop bullshitting about. We got to stop bullshit thinking that the world has changed for the better. The world hasn't changed for the better. The world has changed for the worse. And until people recognize that, like, we're living in a world right now where people don't want to work hard. Bernie Sanders and some other Democrats, some other liberals, they want to have a 32-hour work week. 32-hour work week? I thought your fucking complaint is you can't afford anything. You want a 32-hour work week? The fuck? Well, it'd be better if we worked less. Why? To have more time. That's some ignorant ass shit to say to the generation of people who've been working 55, 60-hour weeks their whole adult life. You shouldn't have to do that. But I want to. I don't want to have debt. I don't want to have shitty things. I don't want to have shitty things. I used to laugh. Did you all notice that, have you all noticed that, like, bartering has gone right out the window? Nobody trades what they're good at for what they don't want to do anymore. I used to hate changing my oil. So I'd say to my buddy, I was like, I'll do your taxes if you change my oil twice a year. Imagine fucking that, man. People don't, the village doesn't raise the child anymore. Everybody raises their own little fucking shit kid, and the village doesn't raise the kid. Like, I remember there were multiple families in the neighborhood, and you knew which day, like, each family would feed all the kids one day in the summer. And that way all the other parents, hey, you guys, everyone's coming here today. Okay, you guys are going to swim. If it rains, you're going to be in the basement. Lunchtime, here's lunch. About 4 o'clock, people start going home. Not you. Your mom's not home yet. Now it's fucking, man, it's Lord of the Flies. It's every kid for themselves. Which meant you're not learning from the village. You're only learning from your parents. That's what we got to change. We got to change education. Anyway, I've rambled on enough for one day. I went over, but when it's a good conversation, I like to stay. I learned nothing from anybody. Holy shit, at least you yeah, you did that as not a double, at least you did that as not a double negative. I'm out of here. I'll be back Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.